Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.
Welcome, dear viewers. Welcome to Austria, where the round number 6 of the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix is taking place today. We're having a few minutes before the round. My name is Angelika. Today I'm going to have some special guests in the studio which will arrive shortly. We're going to have the former world champion Vishwantan Anand joining the studio after he's going to do an honorary first move on one of the boards. But meanwhile, let's check what actually happened yesterday, because we had a full day of exciting matchups. Let's pull up the results of the round number 5. And there we have it. Mariya played a draw against Dzagnidze. It was a pretty peaceful game with not much action, but the game between Jiner and Vaishali was really exciting from the opening on. The Chinese grandmaster managed to get the crazy position, after which she managed to score a victory in the rook endgame, having over 1 hour on the clock. Lela Javakhishvili managed to score a victory after converting a very great position out of the opening in the Queen's Gambit against the Austrian player Olga Badelka. And Nurgyul Salimova, with a surprising result, beating the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk in a super tense game. And we had a game of the round, Zhongyi against Muzychuk, which was a peaceful result, but actually the game was not peaceful at all. And now let's look at the standings, because we have one leader, Muzychuk from Ukraine. She's leading right now the field with 4 points, 1 point over Vaishali Rameshbabu and Zhongyi, as well as Dzagnidze, who is going to be her opponent today. So today we're going to have a central matchup, and let's pull up the pairings for today's round, because we're going to see that Dzagnidze is going to face Muzychuk with white pieces. This is going to be a very decisive matchup. In case Nana manages to score the victory, she will catch up the leader, Muzychuk. Then we have also Nurgyul Salimova facing Zhongyi. Zhongyi currently also 1 point behind, so if she manages to score a victory, she will manage to catch up with the leader. Of course, in case Muzychuk is going to lose. Lela Javakhishvili is going to face Alexandra Kosteniuk. It's going to be also a very interesting match to follow, as well as Vaishali Rameshbabu against Olga Badelka. Again, if Vaishali manages to score a victory, she can be closer to the top of the leaderboard. Mariya will play against Jiner, and as we know, Jiner is one of the fighters for the top 2 spots in the Grand Prix overall points, so it's also a very important match for the Chinese grandmaster. Yeah, today we're having a very great day. We have a sunny day here in Austria, exciting pairings. You can see the beautiful playing venue, the glass hall, where all the players are now gathering and getting ready for the match to start. We have just 10 minutes before the start of the round. So meanwhile, let's maybe talk a little bit about the matchups which we're having today, because they're pretty interesting. We have some of the players who are actually very experienced. We have matchup of Dzagnidze against Muzychuk, who have played against each other so many times. Actually, they played all together 27 games with 17 draws and 6-4 points, with a lead of actually Dzagnidze. And well, we have also the matchup of the, for example, players who have almost never played against each other, only with 1 game. It's Vaishali against Badelka. They played only 1 game in the World Blitz Championships. They have never played any classical game, so I'm really looking forward to the start of this round, which is really going to be exciting. It's round number 6, and it's not only about this stage here in Austria, but also it's about the overall Grand Prix standings. Since we're having right now current leaders of the Grand Prix standings, which are Alexandra and of course we have Hampi Conero, but everything can change after just a few rounds. So today, round number 6, we're closer to the end of the event, and yeah, only today 4 more rounds to go. We are located in this beautiful Großlombing in Austria. As you can see, players are arriving. We can see Alexandra Kosteniuk is already there, as well as her supporting husband. We can see there with the tournament director. Michael is also standing there. Everything is getting ready. Yeah, again, I will highlight one more time. The playing hall is absolutely amazing. It's so beautiful, and I have never seen such a beautiful playing hall before. The weather is perfect here in Austria also. That's making definitely a big impact. As Mariya Muzychuk was telling yesterday in the interview, it's definitely is bringing a huge impact on the preparation, on the mood for the game. And we can see some of the players already arrived. We see Mariya Muzychuk is sitting on the board on the left side. We can see as well Lela Javakhishvili, who is sitting in the more middle board, and Nurgyul Salimova just arrived for her match, as well as Anna Muzychuk on the bottom right. She's already getting ready for her very, very important matchup against Nana Dzagnidze, which is going to be our central game we will focus on. And again, one more time to highlight, this is super important match for Anna, not only in this stage, but also for that main purpose of this whole FIDE Women's Grand Prix, to win a spot in the candidates 2026. So this is super, super important for every of the player, definitely here. And even if the player is not getting into the top 2 spots, there is always an opportunity to get the best spot, which is going to be decided after all women event played this year. This is going to include not only Grand Prix, it's going to include Grand Swiss, it's going to include as well as Women's World Cup, which will take place later this year in July, and it's going to also include the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. And here we see the playing hall from outside. Yeah, the players are gathering. We can see also the mother of Vaishali, also the big supporter. By the way, today is the Mother's Day, so huge congratulations to everyone who is also there at home, who is the mother, and especially the mother of the prodigies. And we have mother of Vaishali, who is a superstar, Indian superstar, the only basically siblings with her brother Prag, grandmaster duo in the world, and the only actually sister and brother who have actually qualified for candidates at the same time. Yeah, we see also everyone is getting ready, more players arrived at the board, and yeah, everything is, the pieces are set, the clocks are ready, the arbiters are there. We have just over 5 minutes to start this round. And I can see that also Kosteniuk has arrived, sitting on her board. Definitely more players are already there, but they are being checked right now because it's a very important tournament, so there is always a fair play check, which is happening right outside of the playing hall. And that's why players are arriving one by one. I can also see that the Georgian player, Nana Dzagnidze, is arriving to the playing hall, and she will be there just in a moment. Meanwhile, we also have the former world champion Vaishali as well arriving to play the honorary first move. And as well, we're going to have another special guest here, also at the studio a bit later, the FIDE CEO Emil Sotovsky. So really exciting day today here in Austria. It's great to be here and spectate this beautiful chess. And actually we can see now that Vishy is arriving. You can see him coming to the playing hall. So yeah, 5 minutes till the round begins. Again, every game is super exciting, but I would still say that I would follow more the game of Nana Dzagnidze against Anna Muzychuk. This is going to be our central game. And yeah, talking also about the Mother's Day, which is today actually. So huge congratulations to all of our viewers who are the mothers. Huge congratulations also. We have definitely many players here in the field who are mothers, so it's really exciting. And also, I would like to highlight that FIDE is having this project Chess Mother, which is also helping a lot of women, professional women in chess who are mothers to play to the tournament. And now we're going to switch the playing venue and hear what Vishy is about to say to us.
Welcome to round number 6. Before we start, I will give the floor to the organizer.
Ladies, today we have firstly perfect conditions, 1 or 2 degrees less than yesterday, so it will be very nice and sunny. And we have to honor to welcome 2 very special guests. FIDE CEO Emil Sutovsky, thank you very much for coming. And I would say his title as a deputy president of FIDE is quite useless if you consider that he's one of the best chess players of all time, no question, the 15th world champion, Vishwanathan Anand. Thank you very much for coming. It's a great honor. Tomorrow we have the media sponsor day, or as FIDE would call it, the free day. It's a funny establishment. So we're very much looking forward. And now we'll have the honor that the 15th world champion will not just open the round, he will also then will be able for the broadcasting and comment all games. So I think it would be great if you start the game between Vaishali and Olga, India versus Australia. Thank you very much. For tomorrow, actually, it will be a big help if we have 8-course menu, including meat. The meat is from Wagyu, so it's a Japanese animal. If somebody has any issues with the origin of the animal, we will have fish, we will have kind of seafood, caviar, and so on. If you have any issues with anything of the food, tell me as soon as possible, because the chef must prepare. Everything is possible, including vegetarianism and other diseases. Everything will be taken care of, but we must know in advance. Have a good game.
Okay, we just have to wait a few seconds to start exactly at 3 o'clock. I wish you good luck, you can start the games.
So the hands have been shaken. Vishy has made the first move. It was knight f3 on the board of Vaishali against Badelka. And I suggest we dive in immediately to that board and see which move was actually played. Actually, she went for the 1e4, very, very interesting. Not knight f3 at all. And as I was mentioning earlier, these players have played against each other only one single time at the World Blitz Championship in 2023. Meanwhile, Vaishali played actually London there, so she played for d4. Now, of course, it's a classical, it's a different story, so she's going here for the e4. We have e4, e5 on the board, knight f3, knight c6, and now big question is, what is going to be played? And knight c6 is being played. So we might see the 4 knights on the board. Is it going to be happening? We will see knight f6. I believe that Olga played knight f6 already, and bishop b5. This is so-called four knights, the Spanish variation, where white is going for the bishop b5, but first developing knight to c3. And bishop d6 is a move which also I'm playing myself. So the main idea is to defend the pawn on the e5. And here d3 was replied. So we're having, as one more time, four knights, the Spanish variation, on the board in the game of Vaishali against Badelka Olga. Meanwhile, let's move to the game of Nana Dzagnidze against Anna Muzychuk and see what is happening there. They have played a lot of games against each other, altogether 27 games with 17 draws. That's an enormous amount of games, definitely. But in classical chess, Dzagnidze was actually leading with 6-4. Meanwhile, in rapid or blitz, 10-4, Muzychuk was leading. And they have played already many interesting openings with Nana being white. And I can see that Anna Muzychuk is actually going for the Grunfeld, as we can see one more time. So d4, knight f6 was played, c4, g6, and knight c3. Here it's not clear what black is going to do. Will black go with bishop g7 for the king's Indian or play d5? And Anna is playing d5, going for the Grunfeld in this case. And here Nana is replying with a c takes d5, so taking on the d5. And after knight takes d5, e4 is being played. So asking the question to the knight, and exchange on c3 is actually happening. They have already played the Grunfeld earlier in the games, but we might see completely different variations. So we'll see what's going to happen there. And yeah, we are having as well the game of Salimova Nurgyul against Zhongyi. Also, the moves have been played. So we see knight f3 first move on the board, d5, g3, c5, and after bishop g2, knight c6 was played. And here, finally, Nurgyul went for the d4. So she's trying to play the Catalan in a way, but already allowing the c5. So it's already completely different situation. After e6, castle, taking on d4, knight d4, and bishop c5 is on the board in this position. And yes, actually they have played against each other already a few times, actually already 3 games they played against each other. And Zhongyi won 1 game, and they had also 2 other draws. And twice in those games, Salimova was with white pieces. So Zhongyi have already won against Nurgyul with the black pieces earlier. One of the game was Reti, which they played before, and the other one was Slav defense. So here we see already something different on the board. So we see a new variation. Another game which we are going to follow is Lela Javakhishvili against Alexandra Kosteniuk. We can see interesting knight d2 moves. So d4, d5 was played. So we don't know what's going to happen here. Knight f3 and e6. So here Lela is not yet going for the c4, not yet showing that she wants to go for the Queen's Gambit, but rather she's playing the e3, a tricky move, so it's not so clear what she's going to do. And after knight f6, knight bd2, very interesting move. So not developing the knight to c3 because it's going to block the c2 pawn, but developing the knight all the way to the d2 square. So it's now a big question for Alexandra what is going to happen. It's also a big question to me because it looks like something, not really theoretical, because it's not how usually you're supposed to play. So Alexandra is going to take some time here and decide what's going to play. And meanwhile, we're going to go for the very, very short break to bring a special guest here with us. Stay tuned. Just in a couple of minutes, we will be back with Vishy Anand.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
Welcome back, dear viewers. I've been honored to be joined by the former world champion, Vishwanathan Anand. Welcome to Austria, Vishy.
Thank you, and very exciting Grand Prix at the end of an exciting circuit. So everything to fight for the qualification spots, and what a beautiful venue we have.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you, just arrived yesterday, what are your first impressions of the playing hall and overall of the hotel?
Amazing. I mean, this is just so scenic and beautiful, and just an ideal location to play chess. I managed to take a nice long walk today morning, so I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, very nice. And you just returned from the Grand Prix, so you were there as honor guest, and now, from Grand Prix.
Grand Tour.
From
Grand
Grand
Tour,
Tour,
right,
yes. From
That's
Grand
right.
Tour to Grand Prix. And
Yes,
how has it been there?
Also very good. This year is one of the more exciting events. If I'm not mistaken, every single day there have been 8 decisive results so far, and that's very high level for a very high number for that for a tournament of that caliber, and it's been also great to watch.
Yeah, very nice. So let's maybe dive into one of the games.
Sure.
I believe that one of the games caught your eye. That's
Immediately, my first reaction. So this became a Catalan, though it didn't start out as one. As you can see, now we see the features of a Catalan. And this is quite popular nowadays. Also, Vaishali played it a couple of days back.
Yeah, and here Queen is
Yeah,
7.
she played Queen E7, and my first reaction was that must be a serious mistake. But then I realized that, well, let's try C takes D5. I go C takes D5, and then if I go B4, first of all, you have bishop d4. So, already it's not the end of the world, but even bishop b6, I think, works. Queen c6, check, queen d7, queen takes a8, castles. And my idea was, my next move, I'll play bishop. Oh no, there is queen b8.
Oh, and
Yes,
Queen is escaping.
queen a, then the queen is escaping.
Wow. And
It's probably not terminal yet, because I can still play bishop d4, but then I might as well do it earlier.
yes, of
So
course.
not bishop b6, but bishop d4. And I think everything's under control here.
yeah, bishop b2 probably, and
Yes.
so yeah, then Queen is just
Yeah,
can
it's not
take.
really
yeah.
taking the thing. So
All right, so it
false
looked a
alarm.
bit scary.
False alarm. So
Yeah.
this
so
is nice, because if black had played the queen to b6 instead of e7, then white can play knight c3 and already threaten knight a4. So
so it may be a bit more inaccurate Queen b6.
correct.
So queen e7 pretty
Queen
important.
e7 is probably quite an important detail, yeah.
Yeah, just to defend the bishop and then take on d5 is not really an issue. All right, so yeah, actually Zhongyi is now 1 point behind, so it's a pretty important game for her. And so far they played only 3 games against Nurgyul, and she actually won one of the games in the classical. So yeah, pretty important matchup. So maybe we move to the other board.
Sure.
Let's say go to the Anna Dzagnidze against Anna Muzychuk, because Anna is currently leading the whole tournament with 4 points. So she had so far so amazing games. She won a few in a row, and yesterday was crazy game against Zhongyi.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, first she was better, then Tan was better. So okay, so it all started as a Grunfeld, and she took on d5. So knight e2, defending.
Yeah.
Knight c6.
So all this is fighting for that
the
d4 square. So one sec, I'll just show you one funny tactic. When I was young, in opening book, the first, I think one of the first traps I saw here was bishop e3, c takes d4, c takes d4, queen a5 check. So the idea was that while the bishop and the white bishop and the white queen, no, the other bishop and the white queen are both distracted defending that pawn, that you disturb the king a little bit. But anyway, they used to go bishop d2, queen a3, and the idea was now d4 is under attack again. Later on, it turned out that bishop c3 is quite good for white. So, but I'm talking of a childhood book, and of course, no, you don't want to go there because you lose the bishop. Yeah.
Say bishop c3.
Yes, but then if I remember correctly, the line, it's put the bishop on d2 back. 1 second. You can go rook b1. And then if I take on d4.
With a knight?
Yes, then I have bishop b4.
Ooh, and suddenly the queen is trapped? Or not?
Yes.
Yeah, it's trapped. There are no squares.
But it's not so simple. I have queen f3.
Ooh. Oh my God, and then if you take, suddenly...
It's mate.
It's a checkmate. Wow.
So I mean, it's a well-known, this is a trap that I saw long back. But after queen f3, there must be something else much simpler for white. Hang on, maybe queen a4 check wins.
Queen a4.
Queen a4 check wins.
Yeah, and then there is a square on d1.
And the d1 square for the king, the queen to escape. But here's the thing, the way I saw it in the book was not knight takes d4, but castles. And now the book pointed out d5, knight e5, bishop b4.
Yeah, first attacking the queen.
And the queen seems trapped, but of course, put the queen on f3.
Again.
You can put it on h3 as well, but this is, I think, makes the point very clear.
Yeah, and here there is no check,
There is
so
no
it's
check, so this
amazing.
is
Yeah,
fine.
wow, wow. Queen f3, what a special move, wow.
Well, just something to
Such a nice
get
tactic.
the audience to think.
Yeah.
So, and this came in one of these little opening manuals. So you remember it all your life.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like such
Anyway, castles. Now I remember against Topalov in my match in Sofia in 15 years ago. I was not very successful with queen c7. No, with knight a5 and b6.
Here.
Yeah. So we were looking at alternatives like queen c7, and then this move b6 came up. So I played it in my 10th game. Since then, the main line has kind of crystallized, but it is based on what we knew then.
So what's the idea of b6, just defending the c5? And
it's just you get the bishop out, and if d takes c5, black says that I have enough compensation. So that's kind of the idea.
Okay. Interesting. And
because the white's pawn structure, if you just play d takes c5 once again,
yes.
you can see the white pawns on c3 and a2 are very damaged, and black may have compensation. Not exactly by taking, but you might play queen c7 or knight e5.
So you
I
just
think knight e5 is the theory, and so on. e5, yeah.
So yeah, b6 was actually played, yeah, and now...
And now we're waiting, I think, right?
And now we're waiting for the move. So Anna went for your move?
Yes.
Yes, amazing.
Well, since then, it's become quite a significant line. It may even be the top computer suggestion as well now, but at that point it was a relatively new idea that we resuscitated for game 10. So
Yeah, invented. And she wants for a take, so she's going for the pawn. And
I would guess knight e5.
let's see, I think that Anna is in the prep, so she's going to play the move very quickly. And also this pairing is pretty interesting. Yeah, both of the players have played together like so many times already, like already 27 games against each other. And in classical, actually, Dzagnidze is leading with 6-4, and all the rest were draws, 17 draws. And in rapid and blitz, 10-4, Muzychuk leads with 5 draws. And very interesting results. I mean, they have played against each other also in like when
Queen
they were
C7,
small. Queen C7 on the
line.
board. Yeah, Queen C7 is played. So now the question is, what is White going to do? White doesn't have to take on B6, right? White can just continue the development. But what is exactly the move? Maybe. Or
knight d4. Then you go knight e5.
Yeah, the bishop.
So yeah, the problem is if you go bishop d5, then black has this move knight g4, which is unpleasant.
Wow.
So threatening h2 and taking on e3. So if you go back one move, you play knight b5 first. After
So
knight
here
e5.
knight b5, yes, knight b5. So, and now the queen has to go queen b8.
Yes, and now I think you have this option bishop e2, but this is quite a reasonable compensation for black, because the white knight will get pushed to a3, and that's not a. But this was all part of our analysis for game 10, so it's kind of.
It's very nice. It's actually happening here.
Yes, it's nice that that is still one of the main lines, if you like.
Yes.
But it's all main preparation now. Okay, she just took on b6, so she's going for a more direct approach. A takes b6 is, I think, forced. Nonetheless, you can see players, even forced moves, they like to take a minute or two. It's all part of the
Just to make
process
sure.
of settling in.
And also generally this time controls right now are pretty interesting. I mean, you played yourself the games back then where the games were adjourned, and now we're getting to this time control where...
It's been 33 years since any games were adjourned, but I understand your point. At least I know what that concept is. I think there are youngsters who once asked, what is a sealed move? And so you have to explain to them what a sealed move was.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, just for our viewers, it's the move which you're putting into the envelope.
So in effect, it's quite a ritual. You have to think of a move, then you have to write down the move, and then the player who wrote the move down is as committed as a player who made the move on the board.
Wow.
And but the arbiter would then close his envelope and hide it. So the player who made the seal move could go home and analyze the consequences of the sealed move. The other player would have to think like a normal thing, but he would, the opponent would be able to analyze all the moves to some depth. And clearly this would not work with modern computers because they would show everything in seconds. But even then they thought computers could affect the game. So we were talking very primitive computers. They thought computers could affect the game, so it's necessary to ban adjournments. So adjournments were taken out, but it's a nice ritual. There was another ritual where some people, they were so confident they made an open seal move, which is they didn't write it down. You could also make it on the board and say, you know what, keep the move. Kasparov famously once did this with Karpov. When Karpov was not resigning in a position he should have resigned. Kasparov just made an open seal move. The audience laughed at what he was trying to communicate, and so on. So
it was just a sign
it's an old tradition which also has some nice moments, but I understand it's not for today's era.
Yeah, unfortunately not possible anymore with the modern engines. Yeah, and we see that
Rook b1
has happened on the board, and yeah, basically. Just pointing out the weakness, but of course, meanwhile, White is also having some weaknesses on the queen side as well. But how do you defend the pawn on b6?
So let's try rook b8.
Because there is also bishop on c4, which is indirectly hanging at some of the lines. So
I mean, I could have started with knight e5 instead of rook b8.
Knight e5.
bishop d5, and then played rook b8, or even rook a6 maybe. And that is a different, I mean, I wanted to keep that square for my bishop. So something like that is also possible.
Just defending the pawn and just putting pressure on the
Yes,
A
now
and
when
C
I play
pawns.
bishop a6, I'm going to put some piece on c4 and blockade it, and that gives a lot of compensation.
Yeah, enormous. And also this bishop on g7 is going to be very powerful, as well as the other bishop on a6, so
Yes.
definitely a huge compensation. And yeah,
Enough to get a pawn back, you would say, right?
yeah, for sure. And yeah, okay, something, of course, what Anna was preparing, as we can see, she was playing pretty fast, but now she's taking some time. So maybe while she's taking some time, we move to the other
As I
game.
mentioned, the main line used to be knight d4 and knight b5 and bishop e2. So Anna may not have given this line a lot of attention. So now it's important to work out the details and be sure that you've got this.
So knight d4 was like the main line. She was preparing it for sure. So
Yes,
yeah,
and
here.
she might not, I mean, she's CB6, you know how it is. There are 4 lines and you look
Yeah.
at the main one and you sort of only glance at these other lines, and so. But
Yeah.
in that case, an intelligent choice by Nana, because
It's also very
it's a good
principled.
chance of catching your opponent by surprise.
Yeah, also
Nana
very
versus Anna.
principled. Yeah, Nana versus Anna, yeah, very nice. So the other matchup we haven't checked yet is Lela Javakhishvili against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Oh, they started it pretty interestingly, with not yet playing c4. So it
Yes,
was
but
like-
nowadays people are looking to revive any opening, all sorts of hidden lines and so on, and the kole, which
Yeah,
used
kole.
to be. It was an interesting setup, as you can imagine, by a grandmaster called Edgar Kole, and it, I think, keeps the tension for longer. White doesn't have to go c4, though they ended up doing that. The other plan could be that you put the knight on e5 and follow up with f4 and use that knight as a clamp. So that's one of the other plans.
Yeah, playing some kind of stone wall, but was bishop on b2. So she actually went for the c4, apparently.
But here, Alexandra put knight e4 before she could play knight e5, and now she has gone c4.
Yeah, so now knight e5 doesn't make any sense because there is f6 possible, or no, actually there is
Maybe
queen
just
h5.
castles, or maybe bishop takes e5 is fine under the
Yeah,
circumstances.
just
so.
taking. All right, so in that reason she went for the
C4.
c4, finally putting pressure on the pawn. But now it looks like that at some moment the bishop could be alive again. Let's say if at some moment the black will take, or if any exchange will happen on d5. So maybe.
But black could also play knight d7 and play f5, and it becomes a stone wall for black. So kind of the idea, because the position is so symmetrical, the ideas will be symmetrical for both sides. But very important that because white has an extra move, the symmetry will vary.
Yes, you
White will often get to make the first move
and make decision,
and that kind
yeah.
of thing. So everyone knows that if you're in openings like the Petrov, you shouldn't copy the other side too much, because at some point this symmetry breaks. But anyway.
Yeah, in this matchup, actually, Javakhishvili is leading with 2-1. So she won 2 games. Meanwhile, Kosteniuk won 1 game, and they played altogether 10 games. So 7 others game finish in a draw in classical, and in rapid and blitz 2-0 for Kosteniuk.
But probably the bigger factor is Alexandra's bad form here.
Yeah.
She has not been in the shape that I expected normally. But her style is, how shall I put it, very demanding. Alexandra needs to be in good form because she's playing very principled openings,
Yes.
sharp lines and so on. So if she's not in her best shape, this is harder to do. So for Alexandra, I think it's important to stabilize. Like yesterday, she had quite a difficult game. I think for her, it's more important just to find this old strength and control back.
Just to stop the bleeding from yesterday, it's very
Yes.
important. And yeah, knight d7 was played after some time. And also what I found actually interesting in this matchup, that one of the games they played like in the 1996, the first game they played against each other in the European and World Championship under 12, so
That
all
is-
the way back
okay,
then.
that is hilarious. Okay, 1996.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So they have a long
Going
history.
to be 30 years.
Yeah, actually, the next year. So very, very nice matchup. Yeah, I also find it very interesting the players which we have here at the Grand Prix. We have different generations. We have players like Vaishali, like the Jiner, like Badelka, who are relatively like the younger generation, played not so many games together. And these players like Kosteniuk, Javakhishvili, also Muzychuk, they have already this history against each other. Dzagnidze as well. So
I imagine Vaishali and Badelka have played in some earlier junior events or something. I don't know.
yeah, I think
Possibly,
they
no?
have. Actually, no, they haven't.
Okay.
I just realized that they have played only one game in the World Blitz Championship last year. Not last year, sorry, 2023.
Okay.
So it's actually pretty interesting. They had only one game and in Blitz, so it's the first time.
And we have not yet checked
Yes.
Jiner against Mariya. And we in fact haven't looked at Badelka against Vaishali.
So let's maybe go. You were predicting the move knight f3, or you were playing the move knight f3?
No,
on the board?
I asked her, shall I just make any move and then, because normally you can ask them which move you like me to make, but maybe they feel more comfortable just playing one. So since it's a ceremonial move, I made it.
Of course.
I did the same with Prague in Bucharest a couple of days back. I played knight f3 and he knew that he could take it back if he wanted.
Yeah, of course.
So
Yeah, it's not that you made them play it. And in the game previously, actually Vaishali played London, but okay, it was of course Blitz event, so it's completely different to classical. Now she's going for the e4, e5, knight f3, and I believe we had here 4 knights, a Spanish variation, and bishop d6, interesting move, supporting the pawn on e5. Looks at the first glance like a strange move, but it's actually a pretty interesting. I play actually also it myself with black, so.
Yes, for the audience, we can explain that bishop is obviously not going to stay there very much.
Yes.
But it gives black a couple of interesting options. You can play knight d4, and then the bishop can go to c7, which is one of the ideas. In fact, what white is going to do is against that. So d3, castles.
D3.
And here, why does Vaishali bring her bishop back herself? Probably so that c6 will not gain a tempo later. But
yeah, very logical. And also knight d4 is coming also without the tempo later. So knight d4, now no tempo on the board. Castle.
Did it happen? It happened, yeah. And then take c6, okay.
Yeah. So basically, we could have gotten this if, but first Vaishali didn't want to show her cards what she will play against it. So now she has a free move and she's remaneuvering the bishop to b3, just to put it on the diagonal. Yeah, pretty logical. Now bishop can come back to the c7, and later maybe some d5 push could happen on the board.
If she goes to c7, then bishop g5, you will have to agree to double pawns, which is maybe not a bad thing, but it does commit you to allowing the double pawns. Alternately, you can go to e7, but then maybe queen g3 could be something, I don't know, d6 and you play.
And here, bishop h6, and there is bishop g4, right?
Bishop h6, I think just knight h5.
Just knight h5, there's nothing, okay. So big question is now what to do with the bishop, or is there any other move which black can play? Because bishop is standing in the way of the pawn, you want to do something with the bishop on c8?
Another thing is to play bishop c5 maybe. I mean, why go to c7?
Yeah.
If bishop g5 now, I play d6, but I claim that my bishop is slightly... But the computer doesn't like this plan very much. Maybe knight
So if going to the endgame...
maybe that's the point. Bishop takes, but takes, but I will have f5 very quickly. So
then you'll just exchange the double pawns?
So it must be something else. Maybe it's king h1 or something.
Oh, just a calm grandmaster move, removing the king from the diagonal.
Also maybe to play f4 somewhere.
Later.
So,
Possible.
Anyway, so she has e7, c7, c5. So let's see which one it is.
Few moves on the board. So we will let Badelka now to think, and we move to the one more game we haven't checked yet. Mariya Muzychuk against Jiner. Oh, and we have here some Ruy Lopez, was it? Let's see.
Well, this is the pure Arshangelsk. Castles,
yes, castle,
b5, bishop b3, bishop b7.
Oh.
If you play bishop c5 without bishop b7, I think that's called the Müller, but this is the Arshangelsk with bishop on b7. And back in the day, c3 used to be a very interesting main line.
Yeah, so definitely you cannot yet take on
Yeah.
on e4. And white would want to push for the d4 later.
Yes, but later on, I think knight takes e4 just works for black.
Later, yeah.
Well, here, I
Here
mean, later on,
actually,
and people found that this move worked.
And then some knight jump, knight e7.
No. Maybe here just d5, and then you just
After
go back.
d3, just going
Knight
back.
f6. No, not knight f6. So what is it? Is it knight c5? Maybe it's knight c5.
Yeah, probably knight c5. And now the idea is that if you take on e5,
I take and bishop e7 maybe.
and just calmly castle, finish the development. And basically, black is going to have more space in the center because of this d5 pawn.
Sure.
So d3 was played, the other line.
Yeah, so the fashion switched to d3, and now that's the main line. Bishop c5, a4, castles. And of course, knight c3 used to be the move. It was also played in the match in London, Kasparov-Kramnik.
Yeah, so
I
putting
think,
more
and
pressure.
I copied it a while later. It goes something like, I copied it a while earlier, knight a5, bishop a2, b4, knight e2, and so on. But since then, this has been refined a fair amount. So it was quite clever of Mariya to start with bishop g5.
Yeah.
This has also been played a lot, but white keeps a couple of options. One is that pawn can still go to c3 if need be. Second, the knight doesn't have to go to c3, it could go to a3 sometimes. But more to the point, we're just swapping the order, and that changes a few things.
Yeah, now that it's black's turn, so now black has to show something, and h6 was played. So now the question is, do you keep the bishop here, or because it could be potentially at some moment trapped on g3 like yesterday in the game of Zhongyi. But okay, of course it was a different story because there was the bishop, which was pretty annoying from black on g4.
Exactly. Here the bishop will have to lose 2 moves and go back to c8. And
so for that reason, bishop goes to h4, and now bishop e7. That's actually a good thing that d6 was not included. Bishop can always stop this very annoying pin, and yeah, rook e1 was played. Of course, playing g5 would not make sense here because then white would put more pressure on e5 and then force d6.
I think if you're going to play g5, then you might as well do it without bishop e7.
Yeah, exactly.
Because in the Arshangelsk, and what I mean by the Arshangelsk, any setup with that bishop on c5, it's quite normal to have a pawn on g5. Whereas, and here you have a bonus, which is after g5, if I capture on g5, take, you can still go back to e7 with your bishop. So, no, even that doesn't seem to be the correct move.
Maybe king
but
g7?
maybe knight d4 or something.
Yeah, possible, yeah.
Or could be king g7, right?
Yeah, and basically, like once, I mean, queen cannot come here, and in case it would be able to come, then bishop can always go to e7 to stop that. Okay, so.
But she went bishop e7, rook e1, d6, and knight bd2.
Yeah, so it's still at some moment c3 can happen, c3, d4.
Yes.
But
or c3, knight f1, knight e3, something like that. Black could play knight d7 here if black wanted. Basically saying, what are you going to do with that bishop? Because if you go bishop g3, then I go knight c5.
Bishop
Well, you probably want to
d5.
take on b5 first, because otherwise you lose the pawn.
Yes, I have to take.
And I take, and you go bishop d5, but it doesn't look very impressive for white.
Not at
Like
all.
it fizzled out.
Yeah, it looks like already equalized or even more, so. Yeah, so now big question. Actually, yeah, this is the current position. And was knight d7 played? Actually, it is, because I don't see knight on f6 on the board.
Yes, so it
So
probably
knight
did go to d7, yeah. There we are.
Yeah, now big question for Mariya. I guess she should trade the bishops, right? Because If she goes back.
Yes, but let's just put the bishop takes e7. Why not knight takes e7? I mean, now I can play c5 directly. And also you cannot play knight c3 and attack my b5 pawn. You've already committed the knight to d2.
Another point is that d4 is going to be almost impossible. I mean, it's going to be possible, but it will be much more difficult to execute now for white. So it looks like something went a bit wrong, or Jiner
At least I like knight e7, and I think black is doing quite comfortably. The other thing is if I go bishop g3, black can play knight a5 or knight c5.
Okay, let's try with knight a5 now.
Bishop a2, and then I don't know, sometimes they go b
c5.
takes a4 or something.
Grabbing a pawn.
Yes, c3, knight b6, and but maybe the center is more important. If I play d4, everything is crumbling there.
Yeah, maybe c5 is it possible?
Well, I don't want to just allow queen takes a4 because then I gave up my structure
Yeah,
for
done
nothing.
for nothing, yeah.
So I could play c5 then, instead of b takes a4, maybe just play c5.
Just stopping the d4 for quite some time. And then maybe this is already a threat, so
Yeah.
maybe c3 has to be played to defend the pawn. But it feels like, yeah, black is in pretty good shape here, controlling the d4 and just having expanded on the queen side. And
Yeah,
I don't see active plan for white in this position.
I agree.
So getting back to the position. So yeah, now.
Maybe knight b2 was inaccurate and white could have started with c3. But
And the point here is that basically white is always ready to go for the d4 at some moment.
possibly also bishop takes e7. If knight takes e7, already I have d4. But more
Yes.
important, I can play knight a3. And
So let's say queen takes.
no, against
also-
knight e7 also, I will go knight a3.
Knight a3.
And that holds you, it doesn't allow you to play c5 very fast. So kind of just keeps.
Yeah, it restricts black in this case.
Yeah. Though even here it's not huge, I think.
Yeah, so maybe one more time to the game of Nana Dzagnidze against Anna Muzychuk, while Muzychuk is her sister already thinking at this moment to take or not to take. And we see that actually not much changed, and what we predicted happened on the board. So I believe we left at this position. Rook b1 was played, targeting the pawn, and after attacking the bishop on c4, she went actually for this
Rook
rook
A6,
a6
yeah.
move, defending and also.
Which I stopped liking, but anyway.
Yeah, because you wanted to put the bishop on a6,
Yeah.
that was your point. But what's the big difference between rook b8? So just this a6 square, yeah? Basically.
Also,
Yeah, so here there is a square for the bishop to come to a6 at some moment to control the square, and basically after rook coming to a6, the question is, okay, you can still put the knight on c4, but then you don't have so many defenders, you have just the queen and knight.
yeah.
Yeah, so rook a6 was played, and now Nana is taking some time to think. Okay, she's having extra pawn, so she has just to.
I wanted to go knight d4, but the problem with that is then exactly now knight f4 works. Knight g4 works, because cannot you go to the f4 square anymore. So I can't touch that knight for a minute.
It's not really working yet, so should some move like h3 be played, or just some preparation move for the knight d4, or?
h3 is an idea.
Computer doesn't really like it, but it's not so bad.
I don't think the computer likes anything very much at this point, so maybe knight d4 is quite fine, actually.
Yeah. So what else could be an idea? Putting more pressure on the b6 square, or?
One idea could be bishop d4. That way I'm threatening f4 next move and swapping the bishops or something.
Just to trade the very aggressive bishop on d7, and so putting the knight on c4 is going to become more difficult job to do now that the bishop is on d4. And actually, how do you unpin here as black to bishop d4? Or you're not necessarily against trading the bishops on g7?
I would prefer not to do it, but not to go to so much trouble to avoid it either. Maybe knight g4 is a good way.
In knight g4, there is always this It's a nice
Yes.
trick. And basically you have to stop checkmate at G3 or F4 actually. It's
Yeah,
possible
F4.
F4.
And then I could go E5.
Oh, interesting. You have to take.
Which the computer doesn't like at all.
Yeah, somehow.
But I wonder why.
Somehow computer doesn't like much.
Maybe it
But-
wants to do this. If you take the pawn back to E5. No, sorry, put it back on
sorry,
E7,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
And if you take on D4,
D4, yeah. Queen takes.
queen takes, and then E6 might be what it's afraid of.
Oh,
Because when you go bishop B3, I'll go rook D8. And your queen is missing E3 square, F2 square.
oh.
All these squares are missing.
So queen
So
has
it would have to go to C4 or something, or B4. But here I have knight E3, so I have aggressive moves,
Yeah.
which... no, here rook F3 is very strong.
because sorry.
But maybe after, instead of knight E3, I could play queen A7 or something. Just to play B5 check, or again, because I think the knight will come to D4, it's not happy. Maybe rook A5, so that I have bishop A6.
Yeah, now bishop A6 can happen.
It's not as strong as I thought. I thought the black's position would be very nice, but after
But it
bishop B3 on move 18, rook D8, I don't know if that's inaccurate or what. No, queen C4 is a mistake probably, but queen B4. And then there is not some easy follow-up.
But actually, we are, of course, we see evaluation bar, but to human eye it looks very, very unpleasant to have this position as white, because all the pieces of black suddenly are working. The rook is on D file, the queen is on the C file, and the knight always can jump to the E3 square. So it's not so clear why the computer thinks so. So it's not so good.
Well, probably because the appearances are very deceptive, and the black bishop is also not a huge hero yet.
Yes.
So there are some potential.
So basically, this bishop to D4 is one of the candidates in the position.
But there must be some sort of half clever move here. Hang on. Maybe H3, as you said.
H3 with the idea knight D4. Yep, potentially.
I think just to stop your knight G4.
Just knight G4. And then we can consider knight D4, bishop D4.
Yes.
I'm just saying, just to give basically to pass to black and to say to show what to do now. And a big question: how do you go on? This bishop cannot be developed yet, literally anywhere. You cannot really develop this bishop, but you have to somehow continue putting some pressure. Maybe starting controlling this square, but also your rook is pinned to the pawn B6.
Yeah.
Difficult. Is bishop D7 a move to bring the other rook into the game?
Yeah, but where is the other rook going?
If it's going to B8 to move the other rook to unpin it.
But it will go to A5 at most. Yeah, we can't
Yeah,
take
it
on
cannot.
A2. We can't go to A4. I don't know what it really wants to do. In fact, maybe knight C4 is not a bad move here, because I will get a pawn back if you take.
Yeah, so if we take,
Then queen C4 is probably great, right?
yeah, and this pawn is going to fall at some moment. Also A2 is hanging, so yeah, basically if white will take on B6, the pawns will be eliminating themselves and just going to be...
And you're one pawn down, but black has compensation, something like that.
Yeah, so knight C4 is one of the possibilities.
But she hasn't played H3 yet, right?
She hasn't played, no.
Yeah, we can see the live board, and then it's the pawns on H2.
Yes. So it's still tricky, yeah, to find a way to continue here. Yeah, we can see the players are very focused. The position is very complicated. Yeah, now we have this imbalance, the pawn for activity, and
Maybe F4 is not a terrible move after all.
oh, And then after knight g4, you're having, we transpose to the line we were discussing.
Yes, but no, I'm trying to see why, is there a stronger move? Is there something stronger than all these moves?
Yeah, for some
And what
reason.
could it be, a4 or rook b4 or something?
Four. We can try.
No.
No.
I mean, the Valba says point
Yes.
3, and so I'm trying to see is this one move available which is somehow very exact and conserves that advantage.
We could try rook b4. It looks decent. Oh, it was rook b4.
But for me, that's a random move because you're moving a rook on a file it already controlled, and you're simply moving it up. It doesn't seem to change anything. So why is it so good for white?
Maybe just to
Queen b3 and
queen
queen
b3,
b1, yeah.
yes, just to bring the other piece just to double and try to put more pressure.
Okay, if
but
she finds rook b4 at the board, that will be very impressive because it's.
yeah.
I must admit, once you play rook b4,
Yeah, it looks.
the effect for black, seeing it, sitting at the board facing rook b4 is maybe not that thrilling.
Yeah, it's also stopping some rook a4 potentially later, and at the same time you cannot put rook on b2 because it's going to be at some moment x-rayed, and b3 is not the square where it belongs. So when we look like this, then rook b4 is logical, but definitely it's not the first move which comes to your mind. So perfect moment for Nana to take some time and see. So after rook b4, maybe you'll try to consider what could be a continuation here as black.
Now it's be interesting to put the rook on b8 and see if rook b4 is still effective, or what was the problem with rook b8 instead of rook a6.
So we go back now.
Why is it unhappy with rook b8, or why was she unhappy with rook b8? No, here it's
here
Marathi
it's-
because
yeah,
bishop
of course,
a6 is
yeah,
coming.
bishop
You
a6,
can
yeah.
see that square that belonged to the bishop. So there is some other move here. We're talking fractions of a pawn, but after rook a6, it seems that rook b4 is strong, whereas after rook b8, the evaluation has flattened again. So maybe that was the right move after all.
Yeah, so it's actually, it looks like it's stepping away.
It was
from-
interesting. You need the square for the bishop, and
Yeah,
that's
you need
the
it. Yeah, because this position looks, like the bishop is belonging to a6 because it cannot be developed anywhere else.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
move
let's
to some other games, but we can come back and see whether she finds rook b4 or not. I think that will be
let's
quite
go.
interesting.
So a game of Nurgyul against Tan. We see some development on the board. Wow, okay. We left it after this queen e7 move, very interesting one. So where we were saying that this queen c6 idea is not really working. Knight c3 was played, so she didn't take on d5. And after castle, bishop g5, trying to pin this knight. And now bishop a6, so putting pressure on the pawn on the c4. And bishop f6. So the problem is bishop needs to be defended on c5, so that's why you have to take with a pawn.
Why can't I take with the queen?
I'm just thinking if there is some take.
I was also wondering, cd5, is there some endgame advantage? But knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, queen takes c5, bishop takes e2. If rook e1, then I have queen takes b2.
For some reason, computer says it's not awful. But okay,
I could go rook a, b1.
And then if queen takes, then it's definitely
Bishop d5 is strong. So I don't go bishop queen b2, I go rook queen d2. But then you can play queen takes d5 maybe with a small advantage.
Oh, yeah, and then queen has to go to c2, or because you cannot, or you actually you can trade to go.
No,
to
queen
the
e2, bishop e4 wins. Queen c2, bishop e4 wins.
Yeah, so you cannot do it. So you
Yeah.
have to trade the queens.
And go rook a d8, which is a pawn down, or rook a e8, which is unpleasant. So.
Yeah, it looks a bit awkward for black. So yeah, pretty
So
interesting.
maybe that's the reason she took g takes f6. Gf6 is a fighting move, but I think it's more important for black after gf6 for white to play b3, because I would rather you break your pawn structure. It's very similar to the Grunfeld of Anna and Nana.
Yes.
That if I play b3 and you play d takes c4, we have exactly the same thing reversed.
Reverse colors.
But after b3, it's very important that white is keeping this wall, a2, b3, c4, this pawn wall, making that bishop look rather silly on a6. And I mean, if you have a red thing, it'll be illustrated.
And b3 was played. b3 is on the board.
Yes, I think that's just very logical. So she has played b3, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
It's on the board. So she's trying to make this bishop not so smart. So yeah, there is a bishop pair advantage for Zhongyi, but okay, it's not really feeling.
At the moment, that bishop is like a big pawn hiding behind all the small pawns. It's certainly black's structure is nice, and but it's not easy for black to do anything because this pawn formation stops black from doing very much.
Yeah, and big question is now how black should continue also after weakening some pawn structure on the king side. But maybe it's not such a big deal because most of the pieces of white are on the queen side right now, and okay, there is not much what can
Also,
happen.
f5 it's a different pawn structure. It's only if the white queen breaks through to g5 is it weak. Otherwise, it's strong because I have with this pawn in f5, I have the Dutch defense
Yes.
with the front pawn, and I have a normal defense with the black
F7,
rear pawn. And
yes.
so the structure has advantages as well. I wouldn't quite.
Yeah, so pretty nice. Then the game of Lela Javakhishvili against Alexandra Kosteniuk. We have seen, we have discussed before.
Sasha is going
Oh.
for the queen takes g5 right away.
So I believe we left it somewhere here
Yeah.
after knight d7. So now queen c2 putting pressure on the knight. And after trade of the knights, there is no knight on f3 anymore, and queen
Queen
g5
g5.
instantly went for the pawn on g2. So a good question, is it possible just to long castle and just give up the pawn there, or it would be too much?
Maybe I can play c takes d5. For the moment, I want to see how you recapture, right?
Yeah, it's actually a big problem. Yeah, if you recapture with the bishop, there
I
is
go
going
e4.
to be e4.
Then you have, if you go queen g2, I can simply castle long, and this is getting huge.
Yeah, it's going to be huge attack on the g file. So let's say we capture with a pawn.
Yeah, but
Feels-
now I can castle short.
Now there is no more problem.
There
with
is
this
no
bishop.
mate. And if you castle, I have a couple of plans. I could consider f4. Well, here I'll just take the pawn.
They're not
No,
possible.
you don't
Yeah.
want to go there. You don't want to go there. But I can play f4 and knight f3. That's one possible plan. Otherwise, I could also reroute the knight back to f3 and start again, play a4 or something like that. So,
Yeah, so here f4.
I mean, the computer already is.
Yeah, already gives a big
the evaluation is very, very high.
Yeah, so. Yeah, basically here already the cd5 is a huge move for white.
Yes.
And
So that
Lela
was
is
an
taking-
important detail. And I think queen g5 shows Alexandra's mood also. She's really spoiling for a fight because she wants to make amends for the earlier game, something like that.
Yeah, she wants to go for a fight. Yeah,
No,
but
it's
also-
her style as well.
Yeah, of
She
course.
normally just pushes it quite hard.
Yeah, and the game of Vaishali against Olga, we have finally b4 happened on the board, and knight went. So we left it after bishop went
I
to
gave her
b3.
3 bishop moves to choose from, and she plays a pawn move. So, well, that's my
Actually.
luck. That's my luck. But anyway,
Yeah, b5. So yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, grabbing some space on the queen side for a moment. So basically, what Badelka is saying that she can move the bishop away
Later, yeah.
Meanwhile, she's not allowing any a4 from white. Probably that's one
but
of the.
but she did it anyway.
And then here she has
Yeah.
this b4.
I wonder, instead of knight d2, would she have considered knight d1 as well?
Wow, bringing the knight to e3.
e3, yes. Though g3 is also perfectly
Yeah.
reasonable.
Going to the g3 also as well. Yeah, from e3 and from g3, their control over the f5 square is pretty important. But okay, from the g3, maybe there could be some knight g5 later on, this bishop coming to g5.
Yeah. Okay, bishop c5 here. I think you have to go bishop g5, because if you go knight g3, I have d6.
At d6.
Maybe d5 is even stronger. And then if you play bishop g5, I have bishop g4. and you have to take with the queen.
Ah,
Because if you go
have to
bishop takes f6, I have queen d7.
Oh, intermezzo, and now there are no space.
Though
suddenly.
apparently white can still play some bishop takes g7 or something. I don't know. Some
just play without, just take on f7, f8.
But anyway, knight e2. I don't know if I really want bishop c5 or not.
Maybe
Also bishop c5, maybe d4 works.
Wow. Immediately
Because if you go ed4, then I go e5 and I push everyone back. And there's a big
Ooh.
initiative here.
Yeah, knight has to go back.
Yes.
Yes, it's actually pretty tricky here where to put this bishop from d6.
And that's the problem. If you don't move that bishop, the d pawn never moves and everything is kind of... Maybe bishop c7 is the correct...
Yeah, bishop c7 or e7,
Yeah.
maybe backwards, yeah. So now d4 is not, or is it?
No, d4, d5.
d4,
happens
d5,
here.
yeah, just nothing happens.
So you need to play...
Maybe bishop g5,
Yes.
just putting more pressure on f6 and... Okay, d5.
But you're losing
That's
a pawn,
okay.
right? Once I
Yeah,
eliminate
just
that
taking
pawn, yeah.
everything. So d6.
But then knight g3 might actually be strong enough.
Yeah, knight g3, knight h5 ideas. The spin is very annoying on the
Yes.
king side.
I mean, black will have to play h6.
Yeah, so
I mean, after d6,
After
knight g3.
d6,
But anyway,
yeah.
then you might as well do it here.
yeah, maybe.
Here if you go h6, then I take. Queen takes, pawn takes, and f4 maybe.
Oh, and you don't have time for this f5 too. My computer says it's all okay for black.
Actually, the computer doesn't like this plan at all, but I wonder why. Because if I play f5, then
Yeah,
I
then
seal your other bishop for a while.
yeah, because you don't really want to take, because after you take, you're going to get all this
Yes.
structure broken on the king side. So, yeah, pretty interesting. What is the computer not liking? So yeah, bishop c7 again, bishop c7, bishop g5, so h6. Take. Maybe this take he didn't like.
Well, you
but
have to, right?
You have to, yes.
Once you've given that bishop, then maybe knight g3 simply was what he
just
wants.
trying to control the squares. And then, actually now f4 you
F4
cannot
might
go.
come, yeah.
And then knight a5 if in case of the take.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting position. And also bishop e7, is it possible? Because then
Maybe
there is no issue with bishop g5. But now maybe d4 is an idea? d4,
d4,
e5.
d5.
d4, d5 immediately. Or d4, d5 we will take then on.
Knight e4, I think that's going to be
That's not
fine.
working.
Also, maybe queen g3. I don't know if you'll play d5. Maybe you'll play d5 or something. It's not enough for the pawn. So you go d6.
Defending.
And then I play f4. And I got my
Play.
play.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Okay, maybe one more game. We will check what happened on the board of Mariya Muzychuk against Jiner, and we'll go for a break after that.
So knight takes e7 happened, and then c3 has happened.
Yes,
So simply white's calm, but black also can play c5. And
and now I believe like c5 is like one of the moves which...
I would guess that black is doing very well.
Yeah, because d4 is coming, so after c5 is on the board, at least equalized for black, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so maybe it's time for us to take the first short
Break,
break. Yeah, so far games are pretty exciting, many interesting lines, interesting positions, and yeah, we'll be back just in a few moments, in a few minutes. Take a break, bring refreshments, and we'll be here on the YouTube channel of the FIDE. Be right back.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid Blitz London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
And welcome back, dear viewers. We are here at the round 6 of the final stage of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Austria with me, Vaishali, and as earlier we have been discussing lots of games. What is so far your highlight from today, one of the games which was exciting?
The games are still developing, but I have to say, we tried so many moves in the position in the game between Anna and Nana, and we did not even come up with we didn't even realize Queen C1 is a legal move, so
Yes.
to speak, and boom. So we looked at F4, Knight D4, admittedly, just to point out why they don't work. We tried H3, we tried A4, and then we finally decided, well, let's try Rook B4, and that turned out to be good for white. And here we are, Queen C1.
Queen C1 is on the board, so
Yeah.
what is the main idea of this move? Because it's at some moment in white's knight jumping to the D3 square, attacking the queen.
Well, but then I just moved the queen, and
Yeah.
what did you get, right?
So the main point is just defending the pawn on C3 one more time, and
Anyway, the computer evaluation is now slightly negative for white, which means Queen C1 is not a great move. But I just wanted to say, in terms of possibilities, that shows how difficult it is to get them all right. After Queen C1, black is just a very, very slight amount better. So why don't we try and figure out what black's response is in the same way? It was quite fun doing it for them. Maybe Knight C4 now works. Let's try that.
yeah, because knight rook
Because if you take on C4, I take with the queen and I attack your knight. So that's a start. So let's try Knight C4.
all right, so taking on C4 would
But
not
then
really work.
Bishop F4, I think, tickles my queen, and then I didn't gain anything from this.
Yeah, now the point, like you cannot really move like the queen the way that it defends the knight, and if queen goes to C5, there can be
Knight
already a
D4 maybe.
repetition.
Knight
Or
D4.
knight D4 even stronger.
And I'm threatening. No, it's not Knight D4.
Hmm.
Is it because of E5?
E5?
No, that's not the move. Then it's
Mhm.
Rook B fine, bishop takes C4. So what is the move here? Why is this Knight D4 such a terrible move? Maybe just
So if
no E6. I have Rook B5. Maybe just bishop D7.
Interesting.
But then Rook B4 should be coming. No, it can't be bishop D7.
And if
Knight A3.
and knight A3, attacking the rook.
Yes, Knight
of
A3
the
is
line.
correct, but again, it's all very mysterious.
Yeah, it's not so easy to see.
Yeah. If I go Rook B4,
With a similar idea like before.
then you go E6,
Now you're attacking.
and when I go bishop B3, then you go E5 and you fork the two. So that was maybe, that is the point.
Oh, that's actually brilliant.
Okay, so after Knight C4, what is the white move? Because the computer doesn't like Knight C4 either.
Yes, so let's see. So, sorry, here, knight C4.
Oh, it was bishop F4, sorry. It's just not follow up with Knight D4.
So here.
Bishop F4, Queen C5. That was the position.
1 second.
Yeah, Knight C4.
Yeah, exactly. Knight. Sorry.
Yeah, Queen C1, Knight C4.
Yeah,
We analyzed it in the line, yeah.
Sorry, because it
Yeah.
was played on the board. That's why I was confused why bishop was on B7. So bishop B7
Yeah.
was played, sorry. Okay, so yeah, knight C4.
And
here
then
we-
bishop F4 I did, which is correct. Queen
F5.
C5, but now not Knight D4 for the reasons we just saw. Knight A3 is good. What could be the move?
Okay, bishop E3 would just be a repetition.
No.
Bishop
you
E3
were-
are just
yeah.
taking, you're just taking.
Rook B4 maybe, yeah.
Taking the knight.
Yeah, and that keeps a decent size advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, what did Nana play? Bishop B7.
Bishop B7 on a plate.
Sorry, Anna played.
Yeah, Anna.
And that kind of also sorts out the problem. If you exchange that bishop, then all the light squares become available. Queen C4, Knight C4, Knight D3, all these things.
Yeah. The
start to
C4
pop
square
up.
is very important. So now,
But what if white played C4 here herself? because exactly now e6 will not trap my bishop because I can exchange it. So what is wrong with this move, I would ask?
Maybe because the a2 pawn is not defended any longer, but then b6 is also hanging, so it's a big question actually. Now the c4 square is not available for black to jump with the knight. What could be an idea? Yeah, so e6 is not really a move here because the trade on b7 will happen. Maybe bring in the rook to b8 or to a8?
Well, if rook a8, can I just play bishop takes b7, queen takes b7 and c5?
Oh, using this nice x-ray. Now b5 probably should be played.
Or queen takes e4. No, but then I have a pass pawn on b6. Maybe b5, yeah.
Oh no.
No, b5 is a terrible move,
Terrible.
it seems.
Maybe knight d4 and attacking the b5 pawn, and maybe c6 could be pushed.
Yes.
Also not.
No, this spoils the advantage.
Yeah.
It's hard to play these things, isn't it?
Yeah. It's difficult with a computer.
Maybe knight c3. Because we defend a2 as well, yeah.
Yes,
that
very
was it,
important, of course. Attacking on b5 and defending the
And if
a2.
b4, then I still have knight d5. So,
Yeah, and then,
I mean, I thought knight d4 as well, but yeah, there you have it.
yeah.
Also, we're
Much
defending
improved.
e4, so that was important.
A much improved version, definitely.
Yeah.
So,
So rook f8 is not ideal. But what about rook c8?
I see it. Putting more pressure here on the c4. Now it's actually a threat to capture the pawn. Now, big question, how do you defend it as white?
Wait, I have a move. Don't play rook c8. Play bishop takes d5.
Ah,
C takes d5 and queen c4. I'm sure knight d4 is very strong.
oh, knight
Because the knight is
d4.
getting ready to go to c6. Yeah, that was a problem.
This is a perfect square for the knight.
So it's not bishop takes d5. Not many moves left.
Yeah, not many.
Maybe bishop c8 back.
And now we are threatening e6. Actually,
Yeah,
it's not
apparently
such
it wasn't a bad move. Bishop c8 back.
It's not a bad move at all. Yeah, e6 is a threat,
But
actually.
wait, c5? Why is that so bad for me? Because you start with e6.
You're attacking the bishop first, and now the bishop goes back to b3, or you can also play bishop c4. Bishop c4 you cannot play because it can be taken. So bishop b3. But then the evaluation bar says it's not so great.
No.
So maybe.
But as we saw, that bishop b7, if you play c4, which admittedly looks like a perfect move,
Yeah,
going back to c8 is very hard to see.
it's incredibly hard, and sometimes the most, the best moves are the ones going back. And in this case, actually, also we can say a developing move because you put the bishop to a better square here. There is no bishop b7 any longer, so e6 is a threat. Yeah, but of course, super difficult. It's always difficult to find the knight jumps back.
I would believe you if you hadn't come from c8 to b7 just at the last move. It
Actually,
sounded like a
yes.
very convincing explanation till we realized we just did it in the reverse order.
Oh my God,
Look,
yeah.
once you know it's the right move, but it's not, I think it's hard to... Let's see. The thing for white is, I have played queen c1, I've committed queen c1, which didn't make a lot of sense for many other things, but actually it helps for c4. Here, exactly the bishop is on b7, so my bishop on d5 will not get trapped. And so you really want to play c4. And
Yes.
I think Nana might be tempted by c4, because you're really... it seems like everything is perfect. Your opponent just blundered into your line and you're playing c4 and c5 is coming and God knows what. Knight d4, knight c3, it looks great for white.
Yeah, incredibly logical, right?
Yeah.
C4.
I mean, that's why I played c4, because I thought the logic is so compelling. But when then I saw the value bar drop, then we had to find out why. And a little bit by trial and error, I understood that as long as I could exchange the bishops, I don't have a threat.
C4
Okay,
is
she's
on
gone
the board.
c4. Okay, so we know that bishop c8 is now a great move. let's see if Anna will find it. And second, whether she'll play it. I mean, not everybody is cool to play bishop b7 and then go back to c8 unless they saw everything in advance.
Yeah.
But the right move by far seems to be bishop c8.
Yeah, bishop c8 looks
Okay,
super logical once
this
you
is
see
exciting.
it.
Yeah, this is
super
exciting. It's
Yeah, so many interesting, and of course, definitely for a player in such position, there are so many opportunities, and yeah, coming back with a bishop, which you just played, as you already mentioned, to
Yeah.
b7 is the toughest move to make. So, will she see? I mean, I guess she understands that. Okay, now this e6 will not trap the bishop any longer, so it's not really a threat. But then maybe she'll try to find some
also
other
she
ideas.
didn't take very long for c4, right?
Yeah, she actually.
I don't think she took a very long time.
Yeah, just.
A few minutes,
Yeah,
4, 5 maybe.
One.
Yeah. Because as I mentioned, it looks very natural. To me, it felt natural, and
Yeah, and of course to her, yes.
it's not easy at all.
Yeah, maybe we'll let Anna know to think a little bit in this position and come back to.
But it was
C8.
it seems that it was important that when you go back to c8 and white plays c5, you actually do not take on c5 first. You play e6 first, and that might be just
this
a
is
very important detail.
So maybe here is.
Or a knight d3 takes c5 might be the other plan. So
just capturing the pawn on c5.
Correct.
All right, so very interesting.
all right, let's go somewhere else and then come
Yeah.
back and see.
Let's
Also,
see.
let's see how long. Anna has got 5 minutes over an hour, so 65 minutes. Let's see what her clock says when she gets back. We'll see how long it takes her to find whatever she finds.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see
Yeah.
how much she spent. So let's move to the game of Nurgyul Salimova against Zhongyi. We have already discussed it, that this f5 move should be coming, and it happened on
Yeah.
the board. So,
And I like Nurgul's response, e3, with the idea I want to play knight e2 and knight f4. I thought that was a good plan. So let's just go down this
rook
route.
c8, so rook b1. Go like in case black would take at some moment, the file will get open, and bishop d6 going back. So the idea is, of course, that bishop on c5 would not hang once the queen is moving from e7, and after knight e2, queen f6.
Partially, but that rook on c8 is going to defend the bishop anyway. I think she just played bishop d6. If you play queen f6, you'll see that you don't actually lose anything because
Yeah,
there's
actually,
the
you
x-rays
don't.
there.
Yeah,
There's an x-ray defense.
yeah, so
Yeah.
interesting. Why did she play bishop d6? Is there at some moment some b4 if the queen goes to f6? So here is b4 a move?
Could be. Bishop d6. And if c5, then bishop e5 or something, yeah. But yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. So it was b4 and c5. It's, again, for me, it's not obvious that I want to do that, but the beauty of computers is they don't have general principles. They just look at everything with a very cold judgment. Anyway.
Cold-hearted, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so she wanted queen f6, but prepared it with the bishop coming to d6.
Knight e2, queen f6. Obviously, the advantage now is that b4 is not possible. I will take on c4,
Yes,
so
so-
we solve that. Can white play rook d4?
Interesting.
Because I just want to
Rook
double.
d4. Just put more pressure on the d file.
Yes. And if you play c5, then I don't know if I go rook h4 or rook d3, but both look good.
Rook h4 looks very adventurous. Oi,
And it,
is there some f?
the computer says it's an utter disaster. No, then I would take on
f4, yeah,
h7.
7.
But maybe it just doesn't like conceding the d file like that. But it seems to want to go back.
And so here just rook d3
or something.
Yeah, or rook d2. Because
Maybe
rook
d3, because after you take on c4, I'll suddenly have this possibility to go to rook a3. But let's see what happens after rook d2. Also not a
Also
good
not
move.
a
Maybe, it wants to go back to d1.
Wow.
Because right now the computer gives a big advantage.
Just provoking the c5 and coming back.
Yes. But let's try to understand why this is. Hang on. Put it on d3. Maybe the problem with d3 is I'm not threatening to capture on d5 because it's pinned. What about d2? What's wrong with d2?
Good, perfectly good square, at least from the human eyes.
I mean, the evaluation dropped by
Yeah.
a considerable amount, and so I'm trying to understand why.
What could be an idea here for black? Is there some bishop? No, bishop c7 doesn't look right. Because it doesn't look that there is any break right now. Yeah, d4 is not
Correct.
possible.
So I'm mystified as to why rook d1 is so much better than rook d2.
Or maybe actually d4 and then bishop b4 idea after take on d4.
How do you do it?
You cannot do because rook is always taking on d4.
Though you might be right. Just play d4. No,
No,
it's
no,
not. It's not the move.
working. It's confusing, yeah? What about take on c4
try
and
it.
then playing rook b8?
Yeah, so I capture back. Oh, I have it. Yeah, it is rook b8. But now put the rook on d1.
No, it's
And
a
if
different
take,
story.
then I take, and if you play rook b8, queen a4, you can resign.
Oh,
Because the rook defends this rook.
yes.
So this is what the computer is trying to do,
Oh my
which is
God.
amazing.
This
Okay,
is
instead
amazing.
of c5, rook d4, instead of c5, just try some bishop
Sorry.
e5 move.
Yeah, exactly. So here instead of just c5, yeah.
No, sorry,
sorry.
instead of that c5, I go rook d4,
Sorry. Yeah, rook
and maybe
d4.
just play bishop e5 and see what happens.
Just attacking the rook, just see what is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, my original plan is to put it on h4 and hope that I might get some small attack there. But maybe I come back here as well, I don't know. Let's try rook h4.
Let's try.
Okay, the computer doesn't like that one at all. So it just seems to, this plan of putting a rook on h4 seems to be useless. Okay. Rook d1 makes no sense.
Yeah.
You're repeating, so it must be something like rook d3 or something like that.
Let's try rook d3. Yeah. So now again, if
Yeah, but
black
that
would-
conserves the evaluation, but I don't know exactly why.
But it's probably different story here because bishop is not on d6. So every time takes, there could be take on d8, or rook can come to a3.
Yes.
So this is a
Same.
bit different.
Yeah.
Because bishop on d6 was stopping rook a3. So
Okay.
interesting. Yeah.
Interesting. Let's see if she finds this move.
Yeah, so she's spending some. Actually, she's quite low on the clock. She's under half an hour, while Tanzania is having 1 hour 17 minutes. Wow.
Yeah. No, and I think Nurgyul has some problems with time management. So we see potentially that she could end up being short of time later. We're only 17 moves down the road. Okay, let's see what Alexandra and Lela are doing.
Some trades happen. Yeah, so we left the position here after trade. And probably there was not much else to do rather than trade the bishop.
Yes, there was no alternative.
So queen d5 and another trade.
Yeah, cd6. Now after cd6, what happens if I go queen c7? Is the obvious question. I think maybe king e7 is the problem. Yes, because the rooks will connect, and I don't have time for bishop a3 and all those quiet moves.
Yeah, not really working. So it's actually interesting position because bishop is not really that active, but according to evolution bar, it seems like there should be initiative definitely for white.
Let's try e4. Queen b7 probably.
Yeah, queen goes back.
Then I go bishop a3.
Targeting is
So
d6.
that means it wants to go to b5 rather than b7.
Yeah, because you have to. What is the difference here? After
No,
bishop
this is even worse, it seems. I thought bishop a3, I'll just castle, bishop c7, rook c8, and a5 or something like that. So there is a decent move here. She's gone e4. So now there is a good move for black. The most exact move rather than a good move, because we're talking very small margins, which is not queen b7 and not queen b5. So maybe queen g5?
Queen g5 back.
But then queen c6, it must be wrong. No, there are only two moves.
Yeah, basically, what is the other move?
Why is it saying 0.0 here, and then after queen b7 it drops by a bit, and then it doesn't like queen b5 either? It's maybe not dropping by a significant amount.
okay.
Sorry, yeah.
So here bishop a3, yeah, was big question about this pawn, because if you play king e7, there is e5.
Yeah,
So you should castle, right? You should give up the pawn.
sure. Then bishop
And
takes
after
d6.
bishop d6.
And rook of c8 and a5.
Yeah, and just
That's
playing the
just-
game.
right.
Okay. So it was correct, just
Yeah.
the computer tricked us a little bit here. So yeah, but it's also very logical, yeah, bringing the queen back to b7. It's not really
Right.
belonging to g5 any longer. So meanwhile, Vaishali
Vaishali
against
Badelka, let's not
Badelka,
lose
it
sight of
was,
that.
ooh, wow, the knight reached the f5 square. Let's go a few moves back. So we've got this position. Oh, sorry. Sorry. So we got the position where finally Badelka decided to bring the bishop to the e7 square, and h3 was played, so that in the lines where black is going its own for d5, there is no bishop g4. We were looking actually at similar lines.
Yeah,
After bishop g5, yeah, I remember you were mentioning this line where the bishop could come to
g4,
at
right, with the
some
knight already
moment.
on g3. And
yeah, so prophylactical move. And now d5 is on the board. And knight g3. Yeah, of course, there is no sense in taking, and if black is going to take on e4, then there will be established outpost later for the knight.
so even though that white bishop is blocked, there is it's putting pressure on the d5 square and constantly needs, forces black to leave a piece defending that pawn. Anyway, something has gone wrong because I think Olga has made some terrible moves here. Let's have a look. Rook e1, queen c7, knight f5.
Very nice.
This is already looking quite unpleasant, right?
Yeah, very unpleasant.
So d takes e4, d takes e4, and now she's gone c5. Oh, bishop takes e6, fe6, queen b3 is winning. Oh, much better, I think. Just try it.
Oh no, the pawn. It felt like it's a tempo on the knight, but queen b3, it's pinning this pawn. And
But hang on, now I play king f7, and then what's the move? Is it queen c4?
yeah, because c4 is a big threat. c4 and take on f5.
I can take on e7, play f3 and bishop e3, and that's also much better because all your pawns are weak.
But queen c4 looks very logical. You're
Yes.
blocking the pawn. Yeah,
Yes.
queen c4. Yeah, now there is all time in the world to.
And
just
look at
put
that king
pressure.
is stuck on e7, and it's just terrible, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and the double
so
pawns.
c5 was a terrible
Wow.
mistake. And now Vaishali can be very close to winning if bishop e6, fe6, queen b3.
Yeah, definitely. She will see this move. Of course, it's one of the most forcing moves in the position, obviously, because also the c4 is kind of a threat. So
Sure.
it looks very, very logical to take the bishop on e6, especially once you see it. Of course, if you take and then you have to bring the knight back, then you'll have
But
problems.
you can take on e7 as well. I think it's
Yeah.
just very nice for white. Queen e7,
That's also
perhaps
very
queen
good.
g3 or queen e2, and queen
Actually-
g3 looks reasonable. This also looks pleasant for white. So,
It looks very pleasant. Yeah. So basically, any
so big chance for Vaishali here.
huge chance, and she's only 1 point behind Anna, so
Yeah.
could be really critical for the standings. And the game of Mariya Muzychuk against Jiner, we've seen that
She should be 2 points behind Anna, no?
Vaishali now
plus
1
3,
point.
and Vaishali plus 2, so she's plus 1. You're right. Yeah, that's
so
right.
Yeah, she unfortunately lost yesterday, but she, Zhongyi, and also Nana Dzagnidze,
Yes, that's
they're
right.
all with 3 points. So we left after c3 was played, somewhere here, rook e8, and so we were discussing that c5 should be played, didn't we? Or
Yes, I mean,
we were
I felt that you had to play
discussing
c5 so you can
c5.
play knight. In fact, my idea was c5, knight f6, knight g6. Then everything kind of stabilizes for a while, I thought.
Yeah, but rook e8 is apparently also not a bad move, because after d4 immediately you can strike
She's
it.
put both her knights on f6 and g6 just to match f3 and g3. And black is saying, what's your plan? We can see that white's bishop on c2 is certainly not a better piece than the black bishop on b7. Though both are kind of blocked by pawns, I don't see any sign that black is in any trouble here. So
Yeah, and
just
also,
an excellent position for black.
and also we can say that at some point maybe there could be some pressure on the e4 pawn, yeah, because at least this bishop is looking at its own pawn, but the bishop from the b7,
Yeah.
it's targeting also this. But it's also a question if you want to take ever on d4.
Anna has used 12 minutes, so let's see what's.
let's see,
But she is still not.
Yeah, let's see.
Did she play bishop c8?
Yes, she did play bishop
Amazing.
c8. Wow.
So she went bishop c8, and now after c5, there are two ways. One is to go knight d3, and we thought e6 is also. Though e6 should not be better for black, but let's try. E6 is also better for black. Sorry.
Yeah. So here, she wants c5 immediately, and she just played the move actually. Knight g4 is on the board.
Yeah.
So
But that seems not to give an advantage.
Oh.
But so let's go back one
Yeah, let's
second
go
and see if
back,
she missed a chance. Is knight d3 any significant?
Yeah, of course there is no bishop
It's,
f4.
but it's
anymore.
anywhere
Okay.
microscopic. So maybe after c5, knight g4, bishop f4, queen takes c5, it's just a draw.
Yeah, just winning
Because
back
it'll
the
be very
pawn.
hard for white to push that a pawn against the pressure that the black pieces are exerting, and
Yeah. So
maybe this is just equality.
yeah, because now there is no more initiative from black, but the pawn is also gone, so
Yeah.
everything is pretty
Did
equalized.
this happen on the board? Yes,
This is
she's taken on
currently-
c5, right?
This is current position on the board, and yeah, you might see a peaceful outcome here, although still anything can happen, as we've seen in many of the games, but the position is very balanced, so maybe time to jump to the other game. One more time, going in the circle. Nurgyul against Tan. Oh, the queen is on a5 suddenly.
Oh, it went to d2 and went to slid up to a5.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we were mostly looking at this rook d4, and she found this interesting whenever now queen e7. So, yeah, of course, taking on an a7 would not work, right, because of the bishop c5, and almost trapping the queen, or even trapping the queen, actually.
As you point out, queen takes a7. If I can play rook a8 and take on a2. Oh, but you're right, bishop c5.
Yeah, because there is d4 square.
Yeah, hang on, bishop c5. Then if I go queen a5, you go bishop b4. And
Queen
then I go queen b6. And you have a draw if you want, but maybe do you have something more? But queen
sorry.
a7 was actually
Sorry.
losing. Let's just go to queen a7. Let's try to figure that out. Why is this winning for black?
Maybe e5?
And the answer doesn't seem to be rook b8.
Maybe e5 was the idea, rook e8 or bishop. Because it looks like the d4 is a square where the queen escapes.
Okay, let's try your e5. But yes, that is correct.
Wow.
And then if I go c takes d5, you go rook a8, queen b6, and bishop c5, and goodbye.
Goodbye the queen. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So of course she didn't go for it. She played b4.
Yeah.
According to evolution, where the advantage drop a little bit as this moves.
Would you play d takes c4 here?
I don't know.
Because if white plays c5, then that black bishop on b7 is.
Yeah, then it's over.
You can rotate it via c8, but there's a lot of wood that needs to be pushed out of the way.
So it looks like, yeah. But it's a very difficult move to spoil the structure just like that.
But apparently it doesn't worsen the position. But maybe nothing does, I don't know. Maybe
bishop b8, bringing the bishop back.
But then I've managed to put some pieces in the right square.
Yeah,
I mean,
also
c5 on
C5,
knight d4, something like that.
Yeah, and this bishop is pretty sad on
So
d7.
perhaps you just have to bite the bullet and take on c4.
Very difficult decision, but most likely Chinese grandmaster will have to go for it. We'll see. Maybe let her think for a while now and take a look at what is happening on the game of Alexandra. Because we see she spent quite some time, and e4 is still on the board. Yeah, big decision where to put the queen. There are a few moves.
Queen b7 is correct, and some way it works.
Yeah, but she's calculating, so maybe probably she looks at this bishop a3 line, and do you think she tries to try to keep the pawn, or she realizes
she shouldn't, I think, because that would be very dangerous. Let's just see what Vaishali is she. Yes, she has played queen b3, so it is close to resigning.
So here Vaishali took the bishop and played queen b3, and this e6 is.
This has been played, yeah.
Yeah, this is on the board. And how do you defend the pawn on e6? Yeah, it's not an easy decision, and also c4 doesn't work due to the knight e7.
Yes, and one of the pawns will drop.
Yeah, this is not really working. So, and if you have to play such move like king f7, the king is going to be pinned to this pawn.
I think you have to play it.
No other choice.
Also, there's one idea after king f7. I can play knight e3, so that I don't have to give up that knight. Though the computer doesn't like it, I thought rotating the knight to c4 had some value. But the computer actually wants to keep queen c4. It wanted to. Whereas my preference was to bring the knight to c4.
It would be also a nice square.
Queen c4 is a very nice square.
Yes. Yeah, now basically there is no more c4.
In fact, nothing stops the knight from coming to c4 later if it wants to, but it may not need to,
What do we have
she's
on the
just
board?
chucking a pawn.
She's playing this c4. So she gives up the pawn on c4 in that way, but then the double pawns will remain and will be remained weak. So knight e7, as we also were discussing. Queen has to take, and queen takes on c4 is going to follow. Yeah, up a pawn, also with some weak pawns for black on the e-file. Looks like already winning position for Vaishali.
Yes.
And she has more than enough time to convert here, so huge chance for Indian grandmaster to.
As you say, to climb up to second.
Yeah, try at least. Yeah, because as we were discussing, this game, Nana against Anna, that it most likely finishes in a draw. So then it's going to be just half a point behind, and in the last 3 rounds, anything can happen. So what about the game of Mariya against Zhu? Do we have some? Oh, we actually have b4. Interesting. So we set the position with the knights on g6 and f6 for the last time, and here b4. It looks a little bit strange to break both d4 and b4 at the same time, but what was she thinking here?
Maybe she didn't want to allow c4, and, or she wanted to put her pawn on b4, but I must say I also don't fully understand why she's done this.
And it looks like it's on the board. Yeah, b4 is on the board, so it's not any like broadcast mistake or something. So yeah, big question is now also for Zhu. Like, I would assume that you should take in some way, but in which way? You have so many takes. in the position.
Well, if you go e takes d4, I go
right.
well, cd4, let's try.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think take
Here.
on b4.
Take on b4.
And though these are double pawns, it's going to be very hard for white to collect them, I think.
Take from
Yeah, take. And you don't have time for d5.
Yeah, because
Maybe I go bishop d3 here.
just putting some pressure.
But then you could take on a1.
Then.
Or maybe if some move like rook a3 also puts some pressure. And then, I don't know, knight f4, you take on b5. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, just rook e7 or no, rook e8. Or you want to put pressure on
No,
the
I
e4
didn't
pawn.
really see the idea, so but maybe it works. But instead of knight f4, I'm wondering if queen c3 or something works also.
I just double attack.
No, this spoils a considerable amount of advantage. Well, maybe it is knight f4, which conserves a bit. Bishop takes b5, and now rook a8, yeah? No, it's not the best move. Maybe rook e7 was the best move. No, this spoils a lot. So, hang on. It's some sacrifice on e4, f3, something. Oh, rook c8 maybe.
Oh, rook c8?
No, but it's
No?
not. It also spoils a good deal of advantage. Oh, rook
Is there-
b8. I mean, I'm finding it by
Yeah.
elimination.
Oh,
That's the move, but this is very,
But
very
it's
subtle.
difficult, yeah.
It's very subtle and it's not obvious how this works.
Okay, we see an idea, so we're supporting the pawn on b4 potentially to get
Yeah.
it pushed, but it looks very logical to keep the pressure on the pawn on e4.
Right, or to take a file, or to take
Or-
this file, but in
yes.
fact you just have to
Yes,
support the pawn behind, yeah.
So it's not so trivial actually here in the position. So yeah, after b4,
Okay, so let's go back. E takes d4, let me take b takes c5. Now what happens? I guess I take with the pawn. And now cd4. I mean, this should be equal, no?
yeah, it
I mean, I
looks-
should be able to easily simplify.
I think the problem here is that pushing on c4 would create a strong center for white.
It's a reasonable idea. It would look like a Nottebohm,
Yeah.
where black gets these two connected pass pawns, but white gets the super center.
But also taking is another idea,
Yes.
just to not to allow to have this strong center for
Yeah.
white, and yeah, let's say after a knight has to take because the bishop needed protection. I felt like, but
Yeah, but here maybe rook a8 is again just awkward for you. Yeah.
oh. So does it mean that there should be some?
Probably a b5 and maybe even rook b1. Or rook a8, I don't know. Rook a8 might be fine.
Okay, it's rook e8.
Yeah.
And here also, if knight d4 again, there is.
But here I can play e5.
So here.
Yeah. No, then bishop
Ah,
f3,
bishop f3, yeah.
queen f3, and rook e8 I have. Because of the pin against the e1 rook.
It's working out.
Not entirely, it's not very happy.
Yeah,
with
it's
that,
not
but-
very heavy. Yeah, so it's actually not so.
b4, but I think this is staying within the margins of equality. I mean,
Yeah, also it's pretty difficult like decision for black later to make. I mean, a few decisions in a row to, which are not so simple to find. So for that reason, yeah, okay, b4 is interesting, but in the end we might see just simplification here, just some trades.
yeah.
But yeah, very unusual move to see actually on the board. So meanwhile, maybe we're moving to the game of the sister of Mariya
Yeah.
to see what has changed. And we don't see queen, so we'll not get queen endgame today. Because actually Anna and Mariya have played a couple of games already. Anna, I think, had both whites earlier in Tbilisi in the first leg of the Women's Grand Prix, and also in Nicosia. And actually in Nicosia she managed to clinch a victory after a very difficult queen endgame. But here we can see that the queens have been traded, so bishop
Yeah.
f4 and...
Well, you could still have a queen ending.
Yeah,
Both
you can
sides have to
still-
queen their pawns, that's all.
There's always a solution.
Yes.
So knight
But yeah,
f6.
bishop e6 is a clever move. Because if bishop takes e6, black is saying, maybe I'll even play f6. And what will you do
Oh.
about it? So,
Oh, and then you're having some... And also e5, yeah, could be a threat, so...
yeah.
That's actually a pretty interesting idea. Now a2 is hanging. Okay, also c5 is hanging, but also f2 can be an issue.
Mm-hmm. But if I go rook c2 here, what happens?
e5?
But then bishop g3.
Oh, actually it's not so good.
Yeah, because I
Okay,
get
yeah.
f3 and knights both things.
So you
Alright.
shouldn't actually block the bishop.
Maybe knight takes f2.
Hmm.
And then e5.
Yeah, now we want to take this bishop.
Yeah.
Say g3. But then there is even g5 here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not so good. So
So no, I
probably
think
just, yeah.
bishop e6. She's not played bishop e6.
Yeah, she hasn't played.
So, but if she goes rook takes d5 or even h3, maybe it should be just a draw.
Yeah, just not to allow these complications.
Bishop takes d5, e takes d5,
Yeah, it's h3, yes, bishop takes.
ed,
And now knight goes back.
f6, then I have knight c3, and if rook takes a2, I go
Yeah, rook takes
h
a2.
takes g4, rook e2, and rook c5, you have bishop d4.
Oh, actually
So
very
maybe I play
important resource.
King
yeah.
f, no, I can't play king f1 because of rook e4. Ah, this was actually quite important. Though the computer is totally unimpressed again.
Bishop e3?
Bishop d4.
Hmm.
Let's try it.
But
Bishop
then cannot
e3.
you trade the bishops?
Yes, and then it seems that you get your pawn back somehow, rook d1 or something,
d1,
and you
yeah.
get your pawn back. And
Yeah, so... So basically here Nana has to stay cool with this bishop on d5 and not to grab the bishop on e6. Is there any like rook c2 move or rook...
rook c2 is fine as well, just not capturing on e6, right?
So the idea is just to keep the pawn on a2 and just keep position,
Yes.
just keep on playing. But the question is if Nana wants to keep on, or not to allow to trade the pawns.
So if this game, as seems likely now, becomes a draw, then Anna is the leader, but there are now two followers, assuming Vaishali, because her advantage is huge in this game. And I think Mariya against Zhu is not looking, or Jiner, I should say, is not looking like it's going to be a decisive game.
And Tanjani against Nurgyul.
Let's go back and check that, because we still see that, oh, she did take on c4, and
so let's
maybe
come
this
back
is
here.
just going to be a draw. Wait.
So here,
Rook d c1, there is some precise move which apparently gives, maybe c5, no, c5 you have b takes c5.
So
No,
there
it is c5. Because if b takes c5, I have rook takes c5. Everybody is attacking everybody.
oh my god.
And if I take on b7, no, sorry, I meant c5, bishop takes b7,
c5 here. Okay.
then queen takes b7, b takes c5, and then queen d5 as a minimum. Queen d5,
Queen d5,
pinning,
yeah.
and
Just
then
pinning
that's-
and...
we liquidate to a draw.
Interesting. So Queen c7 was played, not c5.
Now is there a little something, I don't know.
It's not, there is... No, there's going to be always a problem on
Was
the
queen
pawn
takes
structure.
a7 impossible?
Let's try.
Oh, rook a8. I thought queen d4, but then bishop takes g3 is suddenly becoming a problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
The
Okay, so
discover
that doesn't
attack,
work, yeah. So yeah, you have to take on c7, which is what she did.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's bringing this game home. I mean, there's going to be no dramatic change. If rook takes c7, can I go knight d4?
There is maybe, is there c5? Oh no, there is knight b5.
There's a lot of things. There's b takes c5.
Oh.
Because now I'm attacking both
Everything.
bishops, and if
Oh
you go
my
bishop
God.
takes g2, I play c takes d6, and I'm attacking the rook on c7, and
The bishop is hanging.
so that doesn't work. What is the way to do this here? Is it?
But for a moment, black is up a pawn. So for a moment, there is an extra pawn. Obviously, it's going to be taken soon. Just I'm worried for a pawn structure for Tanzania.
Maybe bishop a6 back. Here, bishop a6. No, this is huge. Why? Oh, knight takes c6
Knight
and
is-
b5. Yeah, sorry, of
oh.
course. Yeah.
Yes, this is very nice.
No, no.
Oh, so
no.
here, there is like...
If rook moves, I
If
mean
rook
c5.
moves,
yeah,
yeah.
sure. And maybe I'll just show it. Bishop a6.
Yeah. Sorry. Here,
Knight
bishop
takes
a6.
c6.
Yeah.
Yeah, after
Yeah,
bishop
yeah,
a6,
okay,
knight takes
bishop
a6,
c6,
and now if the rook moves, then c5. Yeah. b5.
b5,
sorry,
yeah,
excuse me.
b5 attacking
Yes.
and defending, and the c4 pawn would fall also.
Yes. So, what did we conclude black should play here? c5 is a blunder, bishop a6 is bad.
e5 we cannot play, f5 is
I mean,
hanging.
bishop e5 is conceivable. Maybe that's equal actually, bishop e5.
Targeting.
I don't know why the
knight.
computer is so excited. Maybe that is rook takes c4, rook takes d4 or something.
Yeah, and just putting pressure on the c6 probably.
I would have thought that's a draw anyway, but okay, let's take that in face value. What is the move then besides bishop e5? What does it want to play that equalizes? Is it...
Is there some bishop a8?
or there's rook b8. But this is also huge.
Is there here like b5?
c5?
Oh, so it's all holding up actually.
Yeah. So, but there was something horrible after rook b8, so I'm not sure. So rook takes c4.
So apparently this pressure on the
Yes,
c6, but
and it seems to be very strong.
yeah, and again c5 is not working, so you cannot get rid of this pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's actually what I'm worried about for Tan. So this pawn
So for the moment,
structure-
queen c7, rook takes c7, knight d4 is nothing, but we need to see why, because we don't know yet.
we don't know the answer.
We don't know the answer exactly.
Is there some a5 with rook a8 to follow, or it's too much?
Let's try it, a5.
Oh, that's already right.
Yeah, is there b5 or something, or? No.
No.
So it is
Probably take,
ba5,
yeah. And then
rook a8, oh, rook takes b7 and bishop takes c6.
oh, the tactics is working
And
out.
then we can see that there's a skewer of both rooks,
Mm.
and so this is not going to work out okay.
So yeah, once again, rook takes and knight
It would
d4.
be nice to figure out why this is...
Yeah, so probably there should be some very, very precise and
Bishop f8. Well, what I wanted was rook takes b4, c4, and then to play c5.
yeah. So you don't want to allow this attack on.
And
the
if knight
bishop.
b5, I wanted to go bishop a6. That was the point.
And now this is
But that also doesn't work because after there's something very strong after bishop f8. 1 second. Rook c4, c5.
Or rook c4 and c5, yeah. It's after c5.
It must be... Oh, this is sweet. I just go rook b to c1.
Oh, you cannot take anything.
Yeah.
It's a pin.
Yeah, it's a perfect...
Oh my
yeah,
God.
so that is the...
Perfect pin.
So we still haven't found the equality that the computer says is there instead of bishop f8. There is a move for black which apparently kills the line, and we still haven't spotted it.
And
It's
we
not
tried
very
so
nice.
many moves already.
Yes.
So the threat of, we should start like this. The threat of white is just to take on c4 and put pressure on c6. How can we deal with it?
Right. Okay, before we come here, let's just quickly scan the remaining games,
Sure.
probably because many of them moving to the conclusion. This one is equal, yeah.
This was equal, so now
Vaishali is
against
now
Badelka is
close to winning.
Yes.
I mean, maybe c3 and thing. Jiner is, maybe a slight bit better.
So she went for this line, what we
Yeah.
were discussing with these 2 pawns.
And
Dzagnidze
Anna
against-
is a draw. I mean,
Yeah,
I can play
they're
rook takes d5 and
exchanging.
just, I think they're
They're exchanging
exchanging everything to go home.
Yeah, so now let's go back.
Back to this one.
pawn.
This was exciting. Rook takes c7 and
Knight
knight d4.
Is there some kind of c3 with an idea bishop e5? Or it's too much?
That's right. Maybe you're right, actually. No,
No,
still
it's-
not well, but it's better than some of the
Okay,
other
it's
tries we have managed. Also, we should
Okay.
see, is she going to find knight d4 or is she going to play rook takes c4?
Oh,
But,
she's about to play a move, yeah?
well, I'm wondering why she has not recaptured,
Yeah.
because that should be straightforward.
But she was reaching, yeah, for a piece, I believe she was about to play. But
Knight
because-
d4, what's the move? It really bugs me now.
Sorry.
Knight d4, there is a very simple black move, and we don't see
Very
it.
simple.
Yeah.
I don't know, just what about
a6,
bishop?
maybe a6?
A6. Just stop. Oh,
Just to stop knight b5. But yeah.
prophylactical move, prophylactical thinking.
Oh, also because rook takes c4, c5.
Now it's working.
Now
because there's
rook b c1, this great pin that I had. We can play bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and just play cd4. Because the rook is protected now in this line. Whereas bishop f8 was the same way of avoiding
Incredible.
b5, but it's thing. So
the
some
tiny
nice
difference and
tiny
it works.
differences, yes.
Incredible. And she took actually with the rook. The
Yeah.
rook c7 is on the board.
Knight d4, it's still a difficult thing, as we saw. Dan is going to have to find a difficult move here.
Knight
She has
d4
played
is on the
knight d4
board.
very quickly. And let's see if she comes up with a6.
It's
Maybe
also-
there's one more move which works, but we haven't seen it.
Yeah,
so
maybe there's. Yeah, but it's a pretty tough position because of
Yeah.
this pawn structure. Pawn on c6 is pretty weak.
yeah.
So, it took us some time to find
Well,
this
this is
solution.
quite exciting. Why don't we see if not much happening in the remaining games,
Mm-hmm.
so we can maybe indulge ourselves a little bit here and see if she's going to play a6.
Yeah, for sure. And also it's important that Nurgyul didn't spend so much time on knight d4, because she's already down 20 minutes on the clock and it's only moved 23. So, but I believe she's feeling this pressure which she has against
Look,
Tom.
I didn't see a way. The only thing is because I'm able to see the evaluation, I knew that there is a way.
Yes.
But at the board, I would, I might play a6 out of desperation, elimination almost,
Yes.
but it's a difficult problem. Did she play it?
No, she didn't.
She went bishop e5.
Bishop e5, but we were talking about this move and there was something
It was
wrong.
the second best actually. Rook c4, take and make a slightly passive thing, but you still got your bishop on b7. So now let's see what happens. Rook takes c4.
No, bishop takes.
I
what we're
guess.
discussing.
I think you have to
bishop
take.
yeah.
And is it, maybe it's ED4. That's the move. Because if you
Just-
go bishop A6 here, after ED4,
Oh yeah, after d4. Yeah.
then I just have B5.
Oh, all the pins.
Yeah.
You cannot take because the rook is taking, so everything is working out.
Okay, this is interesting. Now she has taken on C4, and now the moment of truth. What is Tan's solution? Is she going to take on D4 and play? Maybe she
One
goes rook
moment.
takes C4. And
Was there
yeah, she's now settling for
okay.
this.
There was
And
a
after ED4, if I go rook C to D7, what's the big problem? Let's have a look.
to rook d4?
Yeah. And rook
Because
C
there was,
D7.
I think, a mistake in the. But okay, it's all good now. So, yeah, just rook C to d7.
No, I don't think she took it. She's not yet captured. So if you go back to bishop
Yeah,
D4, that's where the position is now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is the current position. We think capturing of the pawn.
Is there? No, it's
They
not
could also
possible,
be
yeah.
capturing with the rook, but then I think I see a solution. Let's see. Then I can take, and
just
maybe
rook
bishop
D-
A6.
Bishop
is,
a6.
okay, correct. She has gone E takes D4.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just see that. Yeah.
So now she's just. Yeah.
Now we're very curious to see what
Yeah, there was just
Tan is
some-
going to play.
Yeah, just sorry, there was some issue with the broadcast, so we have
Okay.
to go to this. Yeah, so takes
And this is the position. Sorry if you lost some of that.
yeah, sure.
Still a big problem for black that that bishop on C8 has got no easy way back. A bishop on B7, excuse me. So the question is black going to play rook C D7? This is my idea, just to hope that the pressure on D4 compensates for the pressure on C6. Or is there another way?
Yeah, because the d4 is also isolated pawn and yeah, relatively weak, so that's indeed a big question. But even if the pawns are getting eliminated later in the game, there is going to be 2 against 1 on the queen side, but probably not much.
In a rook ending, it might know. So she's gone rook C D7, and now let's see what's the evaluation. In fact, the computer doesn't think very much of it. So the evaluation has dropped to
Yeah.
0, and maybe this is not as bad as I.
Yeah.
I mean, this was my defense, and then the computer seemed to suggest that it wasn't fully equal. So I thought maybe there was some subtlety, and apparently that's it. So
Yeah, the engine thought for some time and now realize that it's actually possible to go for
Yeah.
this. Yeah, because how do you actually defend on d4? There is no way, because if you bring the rook to d1, there is going to be the e5 move. So it should be some exchange of the pawns. Yeah, d4 for
the thing is, you're not
C6.
actually threatening to take on d4 because I can capture and play b5 with the pin. But
Yeah, because of this.
whether that's actually going to help you, I don't know.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, this bishop on b7 is unprotected, so the issue of c6 is still there. So maybe you actually have to go at some moment for a6, stopping this b5 also.
But then bishop takes c6 will attack the a6 pawn. So, but anyway, it seems that black will just have to stumble onto some sort of rook ending. So if I go a4, for instance, you might just be able to play bishop a6. Because the rook takes c6, I can go bishop d3 and then capture on d4, and that's also equal.
Yeah, okay. And then also these pawns are
Yes.
under attack, so it's not really working out.
No.
So
Okay, so I think today, except for Vaishali, it's probably going to be, at least the positions look
Yeah.
equal enough for both. So let's quickly scan the thing before we...
yeah, sure. Let's go to the game of Nana against Anna. So here we have, it's still on the board, right? I think we
Yeah.
left it here. So Nana is considering.
She's taken on d5, and she's considering should I take with the pawn or the rook. But taking with the pawn looks very sophisticated for this position.
Yeah, you should take with the rook, right? You should keep the pawns together.
Actually, Anna is looking at Nana as if, what are you thinking about? So I think Nana is seeing some problems. I think I know what she's thinking. If rook takes d5, then knight f6,
Knight f6.
and maybe I attack the e4 pawn.
Yeah, and e4 is in trouble, all right, so
But rook d4,
just
rook
defending.
takes a2, yeah.
I mean, in the worst case, the bishop can always defend the f2 pawn also.
Yes. So, I mean, I can go knight c3, knight d5 here.
Yeah, with a tempo. So rook a, rook a3, knight b5.
You can go rook f2. Rook takes f2.
Rook f2?
But it doesn't really work. Yeah. All right. So king, we'll just show why it doesn't work. King takes f2, knight g4, check. I think king f3. Bishop takes d4. And first of all, I think king takes g4, bishop takes, and rook b8 is a draw. But
So,
on top of that, there are problems. But she's taken with a pawn. So,
She
this
took
kind
with
of
the
stuff
pawn.
maybe
Wow.
bothered her, so she took with the pawn, which is fine. And now, when I take on a2, what are you going to do? Are you going to play h3 maybe?
Actually, good question, because the f2 is a problem.
No, she's gone rook e1.
Rook e1, but it looks passive, no?
For a start, but it doesn't seem to be much. And if knight takes f2, king takes f2, bishop d4 check, I have bishop e3. So bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, and to make matters worse, I'm attacking e7. So this is not working out for black.
But question is, what if I'm just bringing the rook to the position, because then rook e2 is going to be a threat
No,
at
it
some
isn't.
point?
Because the bishop on f4 and the rook on c5 combine for a back rank defense. Okay, so this is I think
Yeah.
Nana is going to take this safely home.
So I think maybe it's a perfect moment for us to make another short break,
Yes.
about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be back with more action of the round 6 of the final stage of the FIDE Women Grand Prix. Stay tuned, be right back.
And we are back in the studio, but a novelty. Instead of a prominent host, you have myself, CEO of FIDE, Muzychuk, and Vaishali, the legend. Good to see you all following the Women's Grand Prix. We're here, round 6, and some games are still exciting, some are less so. So, Vaishali, how would you summarize the round so far?
It was a good, tough day. There were some very interesting battles. A lot of them admittedly are fizzling out now, but because of good play by both sides. For instance, Anna and Nana actually played a game where there was a lot of subtlety, and it was hard to appreciate while it was going on.
But even now, I think it's not like exactly a dead draw, because White has some problems to solve, and we see Nana spending quite a bit of time. So
she did seem uncomfortable. She was really thinking about whether to capture the rook or the pawn, whether to capture, and so on.
As a player of Grunfeld, and you yourself, and sometimes Black is just finding itself in a better endgame and already trying to squeeze. Here also, White has some issues with his d5 pawn.
I see one trap.
It's not even that is not such a trap, because I can play bishop e3. The trap is h3, knight takes f2.
Yes.
King f2, bishop d4, bishop e3.
Bishop c5, rook d5.
d5, and then check.
And I get 2 pawns.
Yes.
So, but this didn't work one move earlier, and that's why I now see that it works.
So
h3 is a mistake, I think.
Let's show. So h3. Okay, now I can go knight f6, which wouldn't be bad, but knight takes f2 is what Vaishali refers to as the main idea. King has to take. Bishop d4 check. So I cannot actually take because the knight is pinned, so bishop e3 has to be played. And then bishop c5, and rook d5. Now, if White was able to take on e7, he would be fine. No problem at all. But bishop e7 loses
because of rook f5 check.
F5 check,
and
very
that,
important. Kicking king away, and then rook comes to e5, attacking both knight and bishop. And
forking the knight and bishop, so to speak, or skewering, or whichever the word is. So. And
it's basically dead lost for White. So that's why Nana is actually spending quite a bit of time, and she's down to less than 15 minutes, if I see correctly, and 14 minutes we can see here right on screen. What to do? So
rook e1, rook d8 has happened.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't immediately see a move. Maybe rook b5 is...
Maybe bishop c7, I thought, to drag your rook somehow to less fortunate position. There's a bishop c7, and if rook d7 to go back, bishop g3.
Okay.
Could that be an option? Maybe.
Yes, so rook d7, I think because if rook... What about rook fa8?
Yeah, also.
Because I'm now threatening rook takes e2.
Yeah, another tactic.
And h3 again doesn't work because of knight takes f2. Yeah. So suddenly White has been too clever for their own good.
Probably still not too bad for White, but...
It's only the evaluation, but at the board you really feel that the position is slipping away. And that's maybe...
So that's why Nana is spending time. Nana is a very experienced player, and she feels, and probably she felt so also a move before. Actually, I was a bit surprised she took with a pawn, because I would expect her to take with a rook and then to go rook d2.
Well, I thought rook takes d4 or d5. Knight f6 was probably what Anna was thinking of.
Maybe, yeah.
Just to get the e4 pawn, and then claim that the a2 pawn is there for the taking later because it's weak. I mean, that's debatable, but
I remember Magnus winning more than one game in similar fashion as Black. I mean, squeezing. And before that, I remember also Ruslan Ponomarev was good in these positions, at his heyday. So these things are more than 0-0, there is some life still here. Actually, it's a very important game because Anna is leading with +3.
I mean, if she wins this, then it's very, very comfortable for her. She keeps the big lead. Yeah,
so that's why I think, and for Nana has +1, so she's tied for second place. So for her, it's also very important not to lose this position. So what's the move?
What is the easiest move? Is it rook b5? So that looks a bit sad.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to play rook b5, then things are. But maybe. What else? Bishop g5. What about bishop g5? Trying to
put it
counterattack.
there. And then if knight takes f2,
Then bishop e7.
yes. And then, well, I want to claim that, can I go rook fa? Oh, now the bishop defends the rook anyway.
Yes.
So I would have to play rook e8, but then
Then I can
d6
play
is going to be a
d6.
problem,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It looks. you know,
Maybe the computer just wants to go knight d3.
Knight
at
d3,
this
yeah,
point.
knight d3 probably. So
So bishop g5. What about bishop g5, bishop f6?
Bishop f6 probably would not be sufficient for a winner.
Yeah.
Take knight c3, and I shall hold it probably.
Yes.
Not very comfortable again. So still some problems for white.
Yeah.
Let's have a look on other games, because
Yeah.
this one we probably will.
But
will return.
Nana is now getting to 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah.
There's 17 moves left. So this is not home. It's
No.
not home and dry yet.
Not at all.
Let's
Not at all.
see
But
some
let's
other games.
see another game, Mariya Muzychuk with white against Jiner.
Mm-hmm.
Things actually got quite sharp here at early stage because Mariya sacrificed a pawn, but then she just left into position with no initiative whatsoever and slightly worse.
Yes.
So speaking of Jiner, I mean, she's to remind you all, she was included actually at the last moment in the series because she only substituted for Li Tianjie after the Lei had to skip the series, and being included, Jiner started making one surprise, another one, and she shared first place in 2 tournaments in a row, which to my memory hasn't happened to more than one player in the past. I remember Humpy was doing that successfully, and maybe Hu Yifan earlier, but Hu Yifan typically would even win outright when she played. But Jiner, and here she started with 2 devastating losses, if you remember.
Quite surprising because in Cyprus she made a very dominant impression. One setback, but still managed to.
Right, to recover. And the same was
Same
in
in
India.
in India
Pune
as
when
well.
she played, she lost the direct clash. Maybe it is about the very top player she's still not very confident with, because she lost to Humpy, she lost here to Anna, and she lost to Tan Zhongyi. But she scores immensely versus the
Against anyone else, yeah.
lower rated opposition. I mean, they're not low, they're just a bit lower rated and already face it. So what's going on here? Mariya is definitely worse in this symmetrical, but clearly black has a momentum.
But it's a very temporary thing. If white has 2 moves to consolidate, so those knights have got to do some magic very quickly. What ideas do you see? Could I go queen c2, but that looks weak.
I want to play knight d5 somewhere, but I'm not sure which one. Probably knight f4, because otherwise I have to trade, and I don't want to. So maybe knight d5, intending to jump to c3 somehow.
Yes, so let's try rook c4.
Yeah. And then I'll need to
fizzles
liquidate.
out.
Yeah, rook c4 resolves all the problems.
So I think maybe queen a5 or something is an option. But again, if you go back to b1, my knight on f4 is a strong piece, but that bishop on b5 is very good. It takes away the key squares that my knight could use.
It's a bit like, I think let's talk about it in general, because this feeling of a momentum in chess is very important. I mean, that's what differentiates, I think, top players and even strong but not top players. To understand when to look for something, when to seize an opportunity, because the next move it will be gone. One move which would lose a pace, and the momentum is gone, and you already have nothing.
Okay, I have one more try. Rook takes e1.
Yes, I probably want to take with a queen, but I'm not sure. Let's try with a queen.
And then I was hoping queen c2 might be the... Because by playing queen c2, I'm opening up some queen g6 possibilities.
Very nice maneuver indeed. Yeah.
And I've also stopped rook c4 because my queen is not facing that rook.
Yeah, queen c2 is impressive move.
Yes. And I still have the option knight d5, but then your rook is running out of squares. So, not running out, but it's uncomfortable. I think at this point, most of us, we think in practical terms. We think, what will force our opponent to find one or two uncomfortable moves? We may not really believe we're winning already, but we just try to...
it's uncomfortable, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say I won't want to play queen b1, for example. And I start looking queen c1, knight e1. It's something that you don't want to play, right? Even if it
On
holds.
top of that, if queen b1, I would at least knight g4 or knight e4 would flash by, because f2 is sensitive as well.
Yeah, looks very unpleasant for white. Although computer evaluation suggests that black is still having just a tiny advantage.
But the computer evaluation suggests that white not only has to make difficult moves, but the problem isn't resolving itself in the next 2 or 3. So, okay, she's taken on e1. And if queen e1, queen c2, I mean, the other thing I would love to play queen d7 instead of queen c2, but that square is covered.
Yeah.
So I have to come this route, because queen d7, g4 is a stronger maneuver.
So maybe I go bishop f1 to protect everything for good.
Okay.
Because this is the one misplaced piece on d5. It always comes under the pins. And now I'll try to...
Even knight d3, bishop d3, queen d3 might keep us a bit of initiative.
Knight d3. Have to take.
Just saying that my pawns are a little bit better than yours, but this might be...
Yeah, knight d5 is coming. It would not be a pleasant...
Instead of knight d3, could I go queen g6?
Yeah, but here there is no threat at least, so I can try and do something. I mean, you're clearly better, but maybe nothing really. Maybe rook b3 too.
No, here I go knight h3 check.
Yeah.
And queen c2.
Queen c2, yeah, back. It's very difficult to spot this
sort
of
trickery.
Yeah, and it is unpleasant. It is unpleasant indeed.
Queen c2, there it is. Okay, so if we refresh the live board, we will get to...
That's the position, yeah.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant for white. Once again, objectively not a big advantage for Jiner, but quite a significant pool.
A position where things can go wrong very easily, I think is a good description, right?
It's more or less like in the game of Nana versus Anna, but just with queens on board, it's even more complicated to hold. So, Vishu, what's your general impression about the level of play in this tournament? Because I was not present in Pune, and I followed from afar and didn't follow that close, but I was present in Cyprus, and I was absolutely impressed by the general level of play. So you are here, it's the first day you are immersing yourself into the games. What's your impression about the overall quality?
I think the quality is very high. Most of the games feature interesting struggles, but also when there are topical lines, they're very, very topical. And when they're not, it's still fascinating to follow. It takes a long time to work through all the subtleties. And what I've observed today is they come very close to the best moves. So, but they don't have the advantage of checking the evaluation once in a while.
Exactly.
So this is what we call a half-cheating thing. We look at the evaluation and we then try to understand what the grounds are, but at least it tells us what we can be looking for. Clearly for them it's harder because...
But then they are immersed into the game from the early stage,
yeah.
so
and they're not splitting that into 5 ways. Yeah, sure.
So, how would you compare today's play, let's say, of the best women players into the 1990s, where you played with top stars of that? Of course, Judith mostly, but you probably played with Sejun and maybe some other, Dzagnidze. How would you compare the level? Because I think we often bring Judith as an absolutely superstar of the world chess, which is fair, But I think the quality of play of today's top players is not significantly lower. It is just chess has improved significantly, and it's very difficult, much more complex game today than it was, because it takes a lot of preparation, a lot of memorization, and a lot of things which today they are, let's say, producing on a high level, being unnoticed because it's okay. Computer says it's okay, but they actually find it and perform. In my opinion, let's say if you would compare the level of moves, I think it would not be far behind Judith's. What do you think?
Yes and no. Maybe I've seen too many of Judith's brilliancies, and I still think her practical skills. I mean, there was advanced theory even then, not the theory we have nowadays, because the lines just go very far, but nonetheless we had advanced theory. But Judith had a certain ability to grasp practical opportunities, and she could resist a long time, she could turn positions around, she could do all those things. I don't see someone who's a full success nowadays, and I think you have to acknowledge that. And again, if you take all the best women nowadays and pair them against the best men, they are falling short. Though, of course, both groups have moved up in strength.
Both in strength, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Having said that, the baseline is much higher. The average thing. So the average game in this tournament is much stronger than the level before. So the gap that Judith had with the rest of the world was exaggerated. You're right, that if she came nowadays, she would find the going harder. But the average level has risen a lot. And I mean, we don't bat an eyelid anymore when a woman beats a man, but that used to once cause a sensation, and Judith kind of made it normal.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's also a factor to maybe keep in mind. But it's just very difficult to compare different eras. All players these days are very well prepared because of computers, and so that's become a extra factor in these things.
Also, you have to be ready to play so many openings. Previously, everyone was playing 1-2 openings, and you could easily prepare, right? I mean, everybody would just stick to their openings till mid-2000s, I would say.
Yeah.
Because I recall when Kramnik played against Leko, and Leko suddenly, the year 2005, Leko suddenly decided to play not e4 but d4. It almost took Kramnik, out of his prep. He thought for a few minutes and played some line in Queen's Gambit,
yeah.
which was his, I don't know, the line he
emergency parachute.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that.
So and nowadays, only 20 years passed, you can't imagine it's happening, because everybody plays every first move, and as white and as black, and it's very difficult. Okay, let's see what happened in Nana versus
one thing,
Anna.
just quickly to remind, this game, white is still thinking, which shows that Mariya sees the problems managing at the board. And let's go back to, as you say, Anna and Nana.
So yeah, Mariya versus Jiner is still on screen, and Mariya is deciding what to do. It's not an easy choice. Once again, she is worse, but yeah, bishop f1, she played the move actually which I suggested early on.
Yeah.
Maybe not the strongest move, but one of the most logical, I would say.
I must say, I did queen g6 because it threatened something, and I hoped. I don't like conceding all these squares on the queen side, but I did queen g6 because. But the computer actually pointed out the queen g6 was the strongest
move. Yeah.
Which then means that it's slightly counterintuitive. Queen g6 feels like you're playing for a trick. There's a knight h3 somewhere, and hopefully your opponent thing. But it means that it's actually a strong move. I think there's something to learn from that, because these positions are very difficult to understand all the subtleties. Anyway, let's see Anna versus Nana.
So we're switching.
Because Nana is not having an easy time of it. Her time is dropping a lot. Now she has only 8 minutes for 15 moves.
So let's see what was played.
This is going to be n+. So she went knight f6.
And she went bishop g3 is a good move. We wanted to play bishop c7 to go bishop g3, but bishop g3 is a solid move. And now she protected against taking and wants to play h3 probably. Knight f6, one of the most logical ways. Maybe rook d2 was another option. But
there's a nice trick coming. Knight f6.
Knight f6 was played. Knight c3 was played.
Rook c2.
Rook c2
and
was
this
played.
looks great so far. But now Here's the nice one, rook c6.
Rook c6 played by Nana. It's a funny
Pretty
one.
good defense, because if knight takes d5, we can check the tactic, and it looks like thing, but knight takes d5, rook takes c6, and yeah. There's a sting at the end.
Yeah.
There's a sting at the end of the tail. So
Oh, nice, very nice defense actually. It might be even the best move objectively, but
but after rook c2 now, the question is there some move for black? h5 or rook.
is h5 threatening anything? I can play h3 maybe?
Yes, maybe that doesn't help. King f8 would make Mark's book.
Yeah,
Mark
we refer to Mark Dvoretsky. Yeah,
Mark
yeah.
Dvoretsky. King f8 would make Mark's book, but I'm not sure that it should be played for this reason. King h8 looks way too sophisticated.
Yeah, it doesn't seem likely that black would have sufficient. And if I just jump with a knight, the knight goes.
h5.
Yeah, knight h5, knight b5.
I thought knight
Probably b5.
e4 or b5.
Maybe.
Because of b5, I actually don't like rook b2.
But if knight e4, can I hold to this pawn? Yeah, probably I can hold to this pawn. Rook takes c6 and rook c1. In spite of the weakness of the first rank,
Yeah.
I can't.
The thing is,
really-
even a 3 versus 4 is probably drawn, though you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, you wouldn't want
test
to
it, these things.
test it. Yeah.
But if I go rook a2, white can actually play d6 and force matters, or rook bishop h4 maybe.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, this looks like a killer.
So
what
what
other
are the
moves are there?
chance for black now to pose any real problems? Because let's say h5,
What about
h3.
bishop f8? I mean, at least I'm threatening to win a pawn.
A bit too deep, but maybe as the best move. Maybe, yeah. Bishop f8 is threatening now, taking on d5.
Because I've covered the e7 square.
And if I move with a knight, similarly to the line we saw before, then after knight b5,
Then I
rook
can
b2,
poke you on b2, and
rook
already I'm
b2,
winning a pawn.
and the pawn is gone.
Yes.
It may be actually still be not.
4 versus 3 is
bad,
not the end of
yeah,
the world, but you know.
Yeah, you don't want to enter. But maybe there is no better move for white, if you think about it. Because taking on d5 while my knight is pinned would be absolutely killing. Yeah.
So rook c7 maybe. But then knight h5, because now we have solved this.
Yeah, but your bishop is not attacking c3, so now it's less problematic for black, I guess. But maybe even rook d2.
Yeah, but then d6.
And now trying to pin me with
ed6, bishop h4, but I have
rook e8.
rook e8.
Yeah, I mean it's bordering like immediate draw, but never quite an immediate draw.
Yeah.
And if once again, if Nana doesn't manage to solve it like within few moves, she will suffer because she also has to hold it with a low time. She has less than 9 minutes, of course, 30 seconds bonus, but
Yeah.
again. So shall we have a look on other games? Because
Sure.
Vaishali was having a big advantage versus Badelka.
I would guess
We
it's
switched
kind
to-
of hard to spoil that, and it's just resigns, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically absolutely winning for white, but
Because on top of everything else, that black knight has no good squares and no pawns to help it land anywhere. It's just stuck in a bad place.
so let's discuss on this example. How was your career result in converting winning positions? Very good at that?
Not as good as I wish I had been. I think I let far too many slip away. But to make up for it, I had
You
my usual
saved-
quota of undeserved wins as well.
No,
So-
but I would address it. My next topic was that you saved a lot of very difficult positions.
is
I
true.
remember in 1990s it was like in every tournament you would save 1 or 2 games from like
Totally lost
Yeah,
positions,
yeah.
yes. That,
that's why I
but
want.
also another thing is nowadays you can actually say that people's capacity for resistance has increased a lot. People are used to the computers playing the only move and the only move and the only move and showing just how hard it is to nail some line.
Right.
and the average person defends much better. Even in a passive position, they know how to play passively. When you need to look for counterplay, they know how to do that. When you need to gamble, they seem to know. Resistance is lever at every is better. Resistance better at every level.
Probably it's actually the one quality which increased dramatically within like 30 years. If I have to single out something.
Yes.
So even Kasparov, Karpov, it was not like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they would go down when they were starting going down. They would go down in flames often.
I remember at one point it was controversial where John Nunn said that the level of tournaments, the average level of tournaments had gone up a lot, and he thought the generation of the 30s and 40s couldn't play chess, relatively. But what he was specifically referring to was not the top 5 players in a 20-player tournament. They used to have 20-player tournaments, right? But the remaining 15, he'd say they'd be slaughtered because their capacity for resistance, well, they didn't have the tools and everything at their disposal, but their capacity was simply way worse. And so then the gap between the top players and everyone else was the biggest it has ever been. And ever since then, the story is that it's narrowing.
It's narrowing.
So, and now even more so. I think you can play in an open tournament and struggle to convert even your first round because players are just so much better at
So what's the most
defenses.
important skill, Visha, in converting winning positions? What would you single out as, you have to do this, this, and this? What would you single out?
First of all, patience, but not too much. I mean, you shouldn't get so cozy with your position that you just think the apple will fall off by itself because so patience is very important. But conversely, when an opportunity, you still have to be alert. You can do it by hand because typically your opponent will make a mistake. But sometimes you just have to be ready to calculate. I think Magnus is very effective at this. He can look like he's simply nursing the position along, but when a chance presents itself, he goes. Mickey and me often tended to go for the it'll fall by itself school of chess.
Yeah, for our spectators, Mickey is Mickey Adams, yeah. And I think Ivanchuk was very much of an approach to calculate and to go to the line which would seem dangerous, maybe even slipping the advantage, but actually to win quickly and most effective way.
Yes, and there are also people who put a lot of pressure on the opponent by calculating right from the start of a winning position. So I think every move they calculate and put a lot of pressure, but the danger is always that if you use this method that you miss something and there's a tactical gap in your calculation.
But the danger is in the second method that you get tired and then by the end of the day you still would need to calculate something. Sure. And then you already be after 4 hours of play and then your brain would not work as
so if the audience is confused as to what I think is the best approach, I don't think there is one. You just have to keep working on these skills because first of all the background is changing. As I mentioned, players defend better, and defensive skills as well as conversion skills are evolving. These are not static qualities. We used to think, well, your play in the end game is static, but it isn't. That's a skill that you have to work on as well. There are new developments. Every once in a while, people find, see, that's a great move. Rook c4, excellent conversion. You can still argue for rook d1 or something, but this is a great way to make progress. White wants to take the c file, and white is going to take the c file one way or the other.
One thing I would single out anyways as a general advice is patience and remaining focused, because from my games I often lost this focus and believing that okay, the game is basically over or nearly over, and then the mistakes happen, and I think the lower the level it happens more and more regularly, so that would be definitely an advice. So let's see 2 remaining games we haven't seen, because one is also approaching the time troubles, but the position there is quite
so we'll
simple.
see what's happening.
Yes, so
white is what, threatening rook c5, but anyway it's not much of a threat because okay, let's just show.
So let's just talk about the players. Salimova versus Tan. Tan is after very difficult and must be painful loss in the World Championship match versus June. Only 2 weeks after that, she traveled here to play in the tournament. Tan has been doing quite well in the series, and she had a chance to qualify through the series for the next candidates if she were to win this tournament, but it looks increasingly unlikely. She's on 50% now, and also she's not likely to win this game.
No. I just wanted to say that rook c2 might potentially allow rook c5. Even that is very thin, but the danger is black might actually counterattack on the 7th rank, and so it's not. In fact, there are no real winning chances, I think.
Yeah, so
you can close this one.
Yeah, I would heavily bet on the draw on this one, and let's see.
Alexandra against Lela. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is winning.
This actually turned completely, right?
Yes. So something went horribly wrong.
Let's get
back and see what happened.
Because I saw, okay, this one probably should blunder around move 20 because the position was very nice here. Yeah.
Yeah. How did she lose the pawn?
So Lela had a good position.
Oh, but how do you play rook fe1? Yeah, you have to go f3. I mean, f3 is a move I want to play anyway in these positions, so why would I not do it?
Maybe she wanted to play e5 later, and if playing e5, then it would be connecting with some rook maneuvering to, you know.
But why is e5 even useful if I play knight d5?
Because black can attack the pawn, probably. Well, no, she didn't. Okay.
a5.
So what happened? How did she? Okay, she played bishop a3, which probably is not a.
Oh, she simply blundered the pawn. I'll show you what happened. I think you'll see it yourself.
Yeah.
a4. So it's a bit unpleasant already. B takes a4.
Yeah, and she played bishop b2. This one is already unpleasant, really. She probably, that was actually another mistake.
Yeah, here for instance, f3 would have been a decent move. Because if you go f3,
can I take?
If a b3, I can go queen b5. And I think for the moment, we have solved this. Oh no. This
Queen d7 probably.
Ah, queen d7. So where should I go? D3
probably
maybe?
Queen e3, d3 somehow.
Maybe queen d3 is good enough. Yeah, yeah. So queen d3 and that
holds.
kind of...
But what she missed, and actually that's also a typical mistake that happens, is thinking in series of moves. So she probably calculated, okay, ba, rook a4, bishop b2, everything is protected. And here, what happens that once again the back
There's a back rank issue, one way or the other.
Yeah, if you take with the rook, then I just take on e4, basically. I don't need a back rank. And if you take with a bishop, I just go...
Queen takes e4 anyway,
and you cannot take...
Twice, yeah.
And it's basically over. So Alexandra, after having...
Well, this would be a big win for her.
Yeah, because she had a very miserable tournament. Yeah, she lost, what it is, 2 in a row or something, and she was on the last place, I think.
Yes.
And winning with black and having them 3 rounds to go, she still can have a decent tournament. And you know, tomorrow is the rest day, and it's very important what feeling would you have going to the rest day. So Alexandra is totally winning, and that's the position. That's the actual position on the screen. I'll show you. It's here. It looks absolutely hopeless for white, and it is. Not only looks, but it is.
Yeah, in fact.
So let's get back to our leaders, because Anna played some move, I guess, or no?
No, she's thinking of something. But anyway, let's see.
Let's get it. No, some moves were played. So often rook c6, rook d2 followed. So
and
rook
king
c2,
F1
rook c6, rook d2. Rook d2 we didn't quite consider, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, first of all, what's wrong with h3?
Yeah, probably. Maybe h3 was also possible. Yeah. Maybe h3 she wanted knight h5.
But then bishop e5.
Yeah, it doesn't look.
Sure.
Yeah, look. Rook d2 is not. I think she tried to find. Look, that's also very important. She felt that she must think and try to find, and she spent 12 minutes, which is a lot in such a rather simple position. But
also I like that Nana is making moves like king f1, because she's not got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Though 8 minutes is I mean, people play blitz games in less time, but...
King f1, and now it looks like just drawish. Right?
Yeah, so Nana has saved this one, I think we can conclude.
The last prize would be bishop f8. probably.
Yes, but then d6 and bishop h4, and there's a fork on
Yeah, and
e4.
that's a problem actually. White.
Black tricked herself.
Yeah.
He takes d6, and bishop h4 is...
Yeah, killing. So she cannot play that.
Yeah.
And if not, then she has just to take on d5 probably. A result.
I mean, there is king f8, but come on.
And king f8 also d6 maybe, and then knight b5. Yeah.
Or bishop c7 maybe.
Okay, king f8 maybe is the last try.
Yeah.
d6, ed, knight b5.
At least we had the moral victory of winning a pawn. Maybe it's not worth very much.
No, but it's also a bit of danger starting here, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's playable. I don't know.
Yeah.
Knight e8. Let's see what will happen. So Anna still has a bit of time, so I think she will spend some time here deciding on what to do.
Let's just see if Olga is the position. Yeah, she's thinking as well, so I guess her position is pretty horrible.
So let's get back to Mariya versus Zhuzhina.
Did she find queen g6?
No.
No, she went knight d5 and queen f5, but still keeping the...
Let's see what happens. So after queen c2, bishop f1, and here, and here, as we just suggested, queen g6 was a strong move, trying to combine all threats with rook c2 and somewhere knight d3, somewhere knight h3 check. Surprisingly, white wouldn't have a safe haven, and the position is holdable, but
she actually went knight 6 d5, which looks nice. The problem, I think, is that knight needed to have the option of going to e4 or g4 in some lines in order for any real possibility to present itself, which is why I think her advantage has probably disappeared. Because when it is on f6, there are lines when it can come to e4 or thing, and... Sorry?
There is an old rule, actually, that knights should not protect each other. If knights protect each other, they minimize the
number of squares.
The number of squares. So it's an old rule, and it's almost not taught today. And when I told it to some young promising player, he actually thought about it and valued it quite a bit. So my advice to you, codependent knights, let's call it this way, they are good when you are in defensive, when you try to defend some positions, that could be good. But when you have initiative, knights ideally should, let's say, adjust to augment their activity and not to protect each other, because by that they're limiting their activity.
Correct.
So what happened here is exactly the knight on d5 is well placed, knight on they do not attack, not apply sufficient pressure. So after queen f5, how white, let's say, solves her problems? Rook b5 maybe?
Or g3?
g3 is asking for itself, but it's a bit, maybe it's playable. Knight d3.
Knight d3,
then
maybe
I don't take,
queen
right?
b1
Queen,
or queen d.
queen e2.
Queen e2 also.
Yeah, consolidating somehow.
Knight h4, there are many alternatives.
Yeah.
No, I think knight h3 check probably.
But then I just take on h3.
Yes.
That should not be already very dangerous.
Yes. Queen b1 takes away the f5 square, threatens rook b8.
Nice,
It's just a very
nice one. Or queen f1 and king g2.
no, queen b1, you have knight
c3,
f4. Knight f4.
Let's show to our spectators knight f4, but probably also not a big deal.
Yeah, and if queen f1, then rook c1.
Yes, that's we need to show.
Yeah. And it's
Typical.
over. So this kind of things, I mean, a position is dead drawn in 2 moves, we managed to mess
No,
it
but
up.
after knight f4 I can just take probably, no? And rook b8. Or I can.
No, I think I will
Queen
go queen
g4
g4 check
yeah,
and take, and then could be trickier.
So how do I hold my own here?
Knight h. No, you can't do.
Knight
Yeah,
h4
you are right.
can.
Actually, you have to do gf4 and
g4, queen g4, king f1.
yeah, queen f3
And
and rook b8
surprisingly,
anyway.
it's
Yeah.
still a draw. Anyway, still quite unpleasant for Mariya, but maybe possible to hold.
Yeah. But queen b1 wasn't necessary at all.
Right,
I'm
but
sure
there
there
were
was
so
a
many
better move,
options,
yeah.
right? Okay, we see on the first board. Okay, so-called
Yeah,
first
so this
board.
is a draw, yeah.
It's a total draw already in Nana versus Anna. So it's they just basically shaking hands any moment now.
They'll have to do a 3-time and that's it.
So Nana
E8, D8, yeah.
keeps her second place, or unclear, but Anna keeps her lead with 4.5. Nana would be on 3.5 out of 6.
She might be joined by Vaishali.
No, Vaishali can
Vaishali
overtake
overtakes her. Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Sorry, Vaishali overtakes her. Jiner might.
Yeah, Jiner also might overtake her. So it's still pretty open race. Anna has 2 white games, and she plays also with Vaishali in the last round, so it would be probably a decisive game. For Anna, only her outright win without sharing first place would take her to candidates. Unless Jiner doesn't have a good tournament. That's so the leader of series is Goryachkina, and Goryachkina is not playing her last stage, and she can be overtaken by Anna if she scores a outright win, or by Jiner, I think, if she shares third, fourth, but not below. So Jiner needs at least to win 1 more game out of remainers. Maybe even 2 games, depending on how things go. All the rest already don't have realistic chance to pull. I mean, even Zhongyi, if she wins if she wins this end game and 3 more, then maybe, but it's unlikely. Okay, let's switch to which game, Visha, your choice.
I think Jiner against Mariya. That's the only one with some action now.
So we're switching Mariya Muzychuk versus Jiner. Yeah, G3 has been played. And what do you do as black? The advantage is
Knight D3
slipped.
maybe?
So
Knight
what
D3?
Knight D3 was what, Queen E2, right?
That's true. It's not really.
And then well, maybe Queen D1. Because in these positions, I mean, you have to be. One thing which I suffered as a player from, and maybe you yourself. When you have a comfortable advantage, it's very easy to lure you in some sort of, let's say, false security, and then you can commit a blunder which makes you to lose a position which is impossible to lose, like seemingly impossible to lose.
Yeah.
Like here, I mean, this Knight D3 already looks like something. Okay, Queen B1 is wrong, but then I will attack your knight somehow, and then. No, Queen D1.
Actually, Queen D1, Rook C1 I was thinking. But after Queen B1, Rook C1 is even stronger.
No, but Rook C1 is winning, yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the move after Knight D3? Of course I can take on D3 and then King G2 and I shouldn't lose.
What about Knight H4?
Yeah, maybe counterattack. That's a nice one. If you take on E1, Knight F5, D6 is hanging. And if you go with a queen, then you are actually stalemating yourself, so something will be happening here. What's exactly? Let's see.
It's a pity you can't play Queen C3.
Yeah.
But
Meanwhile, the draw was agreed between Nana and Anna. Well played game, I think. High quality game from both.
Queen B1 wins, yeah.
Yeah, here already.
But
Black
I
is in
think,
trouble.
it's probably not Knight D3. I think Knight H3 check must be the only thing with any venom left, right? It's not much, but what else? Knight E6 maybe.
Yeah, 96 preserves. Maybe 96 is
A shred of hope, but
yeah.
even Bishop G2 looks convincing.
But then you still have temporarily issues on the back rank.
Yeah, but I want to go Knight H4. Well, actually the Ivalba dropped like a stone, and I don't know why.
Let's discover. Maybe Knight F4? Bishop
Yeah,
F1.
maybe Knight F4.
But then Bishop F1 again.
Oh, no, but I go this knight.
Yeah, Knight DF4, yeah, maybe, and then Queen D5, yeah. That's a beautiful one.
That is very nice. Okay, so let me go Knight H4 after Knight E6. And then Queen F6 is better for you, what?
No, Queen E4 somehow.
Queen? Queen F6, Queen E4, but then Queen takes
Queen
D4.
takes D4. I think it is still, Valbar would suggest that it's equal, but it's still a bit unpleasant for white. Maybe Queen E4 takes and Rook D7.
Yeah.
Not sure, but it's supposed to be enough for holding. But
Also Queen F5 maybe.
yeah, this.
Yeah, but Rook
C6,
D7, sure, this
yeah.
looks.
Rook C6, then maybe you don't give it. Yeah, anyways, if she plays knight e6, still...
Oh, I know, there it's rook d7, g5, rook takes d6, rook c5.
Oh.
And your knight is getting squashed, yeah.
So Visha, when you look now at the, because you have been playing on the top level, I mean, dare to say 35 years, let's say 1990 should be considered probably your breakthrough year, right? Manila 1990 and...
Second breakthrough, yeah. I mean, the World Junior probably is one.
Yeah,
and then this one.
Baguio 1987, and then, yeah, 1990 for, already real top level. So what would you, how would you compare, not the way chess players prepare or play, but their attitude for the game? Because, I mean, it's absolutely different generation, right? You played with players who were born in 1930s by that time, like with Tal, with Sportish, with Spassky and so on. Then you moved to the era of the players who were slightly older, no, much older like Karpov, then slightly older like Kasparov, and then moved all the way to the present generation. So what would you, let's say, the attitude towards the game, how did it change, or did it change significantly?
One thing is clear, it didn't start right away, but maybe the tendency was already there in 1990. Because in 1990, the generation, Timon, Lubo, Yasser, Ribley Sachs, Portish is not really their generation, but he was still floating around and all. By 95, they're not playing in any top tournament, almost. Timon, Yusupov, yeah, they hung around a bit. But very quickly in 1990, they were bona fide top players playing in the best tournaments, and very quickly it finished. What I would say is that in 1990, I could easily have told myself that if I wanted it that way, I could have gone on till 60. So 40 more years, if you like. By the time 2005, 2010 comes along, it was pretty clear that the career span of a chess player has dropped by a lot. I mean, nowadays, there was a while where people were just astonished I was even around at 50. And to some degree, it started even when I was 40, because the younger generation had thing. So I think one big trend is that career spans have become just shorter. I mean, I'll tell you one nice stat. In 1983, I flicked through an informant, or maybe I referred it recently, but I remember looking at these top 10 rating lists, which had to be published in a magazine in those days.
Right.
The average age of the top 10 was something like the mid-30s, 35, 36. By 2016, I think it had dropped to the low 20s.
No, maybe a bit later it happened, no? Because in 2016, still we had the players like Kramnik, like yourself.
And Topalov and so on, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think even then,
I think
Kramnik maybe wasn't in the top 10 exactly at that point.
But the drop in recent years is the most significant. Yeah.
But anyway, it's trended down heavily. Has 96 happened? Yes.
Yeah, 96 she played, and now Mariya thinks of a move and she wants to play something. She actually has only 7.5 minutes, and that might be what she's planning to do. Bishop g2.
Bishop g2, but now knight df4 was a big thing, right?
Yes. She actually missed this knight d4, and if Jiner spots it, it's winning. Borderline winning. Question if she does.
Yeah.
So we said that instead of that, she had to find knight h4, which is not an easy move to play. You take knight out of controlling d4 square.
It's crazy. Sometimes I would find this move instantly, sometimes I wouldn't. So it depends on your way of clarity of thinking on that day and so on. But I think the harder thing is to understand that just swapping the knights on f4 is going to make such a big difference. And that knight f4 here is essentially resigns. Resigns is too strong, but maybe the clue is rook c1. That's the real hammer blow.
Yeah. So the difference is that, once again, we just saw this position with a knight on f4 and there was nothing.
Yeah.
But then here, after
But this is spectacular by Jiner.
That's spectacular.
4 after 2 losses and 4 wins if she does this.
If she does this,
if she pulls this off, and then
that would be massive, and that would almost ensure her qualification to candidates, because she will have 3 last games to play, and basically scoring 2 out of 3 would make it for sure qualification, and 1.5 like 90% or something. Because she would be.
But if Hannah wins outright,
yes,
and Jiner finishes second, what
Then
happens is both of them qualify and Goryachkina drops out. Ah, that's the thing. Because I know Anna can overhaul
yes.
Alexandra, but
Anna can overtake Goryachkina only by winning outright, and Anna can overtake Jiner only if, let's say, Anna finished, I don't know, tied for first and Jiner tied for 6th place. But that's not going to happen now, because Jiner would be on the 2nd place or sharing 2nd place. So it's
the tournament could go against her as well in the remaining 3 rounds, but she's got momentum, and
yes, but when you won 4 games in a row and when you have 2 whites out of 3, it suggests that you are likely to be on,
I don't know. All streaks come to an end.
What was your longest streak?
I remember. I'm sure I've done 3 in a row. I'm not sure I've done 4 in a row.
Because I think Kasparov says that he made 5 in a row several times, but almost never more.
He once claimed that 5 in a row was his limit, because he made 5 in a row. He lost to Karpov in Shellefteå. No, not in Shellefteå. In
Belfort.
Belfort.
Yeah.
World
Cup.
Somewhere else he won 5 in a row and then lost, maybe to Hyattason. No, that was before the streak. Where was this?
He must have also had this 5 in a row in Tilburg when he set this record.
And then lost to Petya.
To?
Swidler.
No, Tilburg 80 something, 89.
Oh, 89. Oh, but there he didn't lose any games, so that's not the same.
And also, but later in FIDE, he scored, I think, 7 wins in a row, but lost to Ivan Sokolov. Yeah.
No, but it was 7 wins in a row. That's right. So that was, of course, his high point.
After, But is it really that he won only 3 in a row? Because that would not be exceptional. Let's say, what was
for
your
instance,
tournament?
in that tournament where he was +7, I was +6. But I don't particularly remember a very long streak. Did I win 4? No, I think I won 3 and then I won 2 more or something like that. So interrupted with a draw. And
what was your best overall performance in the tournament? Of course, in the matches and so on, we all know. But in the tournament?
I would have to say, for the sheer importance, Mexico City.
Right, because
then
it's
2
Mexico
Linares tournaments to win them outright back to back. I would throw in my 2 knockouts on the Barbie, so to speak, but
it's not
they're
a tournament
knockouts,
exactly.
They're not a tournament. In 2003 and 4, I had some convincing wins, but it was pragmatic. Once I made my +4, I knew I could coast, and so I changed my approach, and the others didn't press very hard. Yeah, I can make a story, but I didn't, push my score to +7 or something.
Also in Linares 98, this very strong tournament, everybody played, but you also scored maybe +3?
I scored +3, and there were guys on I think
Shirov
was on +2, and Gary and Vladi were +1.
It's incredibly strong tournament. I happened there to second to Shirov there, and I remember, and the level of play and the intensity of play, and somehow by that time there was no, probably last years without this opening trend to dry out the game, right, completely. So there was no.
I think it was the last tournament before Vladi discovered the Petrov. And once he discovered the Petrov, he thought, I need something even better. And he found the Pearl.
Yeah, he played Sveshnikov by that time, right?
Yes. Okay, we're kidding slightly, poor Vladi. After all, it's a great technical accomplishment.
No, to discover both Petrov and Berlin, it was quite spectacular. So let's have a look again if Jiner makes a move. She's thinking, she spends her time. So that's the position.
You do not rush these things, certainly not at this stage. But
that's the position.
Knight f4, and the key is that it threatens rook c1, but to understand that you can't repeat with the bishop f1 because of queen d5.
So that was the position.
That is a lot,
So once again, for those who just joined us, so g3, knight went to e6, and it seemed like White has very safe move with bishop g2, because if knight f4, you could just go bishop f1, but knight d4.
It swaps. And the difference is if after bishop f1, queen d5 suddenly skewers the rook and the knight. That's the key.
So let's see if she manages to. She makes a move. Let's see what she does. Yes, and no, she still thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, these were times. I think 1990s, in terms of let's say how chess developed, probably was most exciting times, because this old knowledge met the new computers and all the new ideas. They were 1990s and maybe 2000s also, because when you still had an ability to prove to the computer that it is wrong.
Look, I agree with you, but I have to keep open the possibility that I simply, my nostalgia covers my period of my peak or my youth, and people's mileage can vary, so to speak. I mean, I try to keep that in account, but
What's the move was played? Was it?
She hasn't played.
Did she make any move?
Wait, there seems to be something with a knight there.
We just.
Yes, she has played it.
Yeah,
knight df4.
Yeah, she played knight d4. Yeah.
And now, yeah, it's black is winning.
And while Mariya is thinking, and we'll be back on this game, we are switching to the live interview with the leader of the tournament, Anna Muzychuk.
And we are having the current leader of the tournament, Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk, who has just drawn her game against Nana Dzagnidze. Anna, how satisfied are you with this result?
Okay, in general, draw with black is a good result, so it's okay.
I overheard you had some analysis with conversation with Nana earlier. Maybe you could show us some of the insights from the game, some highlights.
I was surprised why she spent so much time on that position first before taking on c5 and like here, and then I also asked her why didn't she take with the rook. I thought it's like simpler, because if she takes, then if I take on a2, she can play just rook d2, and well, it's just yeah, very equal. But she said that she didn't like knight f6 here, and so we were talking about this line. Seems like the rook doesn't want to go to the square, so knight e4, rook c2. Yeah. And
yeah, some issue on the second rank. Okay, so maybe.
Okay, rook c2, and she was like, if rook after a8, then rook b8, and I don't see like how the game can continue. So I just thought it was much easier, because what she did in the game,
it felt more complicated for her.
Yeah, because now this pawn on d5 is weak. Like if h3, I have some idea of taking on f2, and then after bishop g3, maybe I should have played rook d2. That's what we were also discussing. And if h6, h3, then maybe.
Yeah. So. Okay, h3.
Then maybe knight h6, so that I control this c3 square. Well, objectively, of course, it should be holdable, maybe not so difficult, but just that now white perhaps has some problems.
Anna, it has been 6 rounds. You're current leader of the tournament. Tomorrow is the rest day. You're exhausted right now. What are you going to do tomorrow?
It's very good. Tomorrow is the rest day, finally, so I'll just try to recharge myself.
It's also not about current leg, it's also about the overall standing, so the Grand Prix points. So does it put extra pressure on you, knowing that you have to win or share first place in order to surpass some players?
Yes, it does, but sometimes it can also work in a positive way.
And you're also playing here with your sister as on the other also legs of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Does it support you? Does it bring you some extra positive emotions when you're playing the same playing hall with your... Does she support you during the tournament in some way?
Yes, I like going to the tournaments together with my sister, and not only when we speak about Grand, but also about the other events, and we are used to that because, yeah, when you have someone who is rooting for you just next to you, I think that gives you some more confidence.
Yeah, and also right now, have you checked her position? What can you say about Mariya's game?
I don't know, but I didn't like it, so... I saw it some moves ago, but it's like she's fighting for a draw, and
yeah, not
dangerous.
much more, Alex.
I think she misplayed it when she she gave the possibility for black to take on d4 and then on b4. I think she underestimated it.
Yeah, so we hope that she can hold this position. Thank you so much, Anna, and best of luck for the final 3 rounds in the Women's Grand Prix. And right now we're going for the short break, and stay tuned for the broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Austria.
And we are back. We are back in the studio to follow the last 20 minutes up to the time trouble would be over. But actually, the only exciting game by now is already nearly over, right?
Yeah.
Because let's see what happened in the game Muzychuk Mariya versus Jiner. So after Mariya played bishop g2, that's a big mistake, but it's very difficult to understand. She played it almost instantly. When you want to play knight h4, you don't want to play knight h4. You want to play bishop g2 to solidify. But actually that's a losing move because knight df4. And what happens here is that previously another knight was on f4 and bishop on f1, but now you cannot play back bishop f1 because queen d5 is just winning outright. So what, after knight f4, probably there was a way not to go down immediately, but maybe not. She played rook b1.
Which is the only square because rook c1 was a threat.
Yeah, rook c1 was a threat. That's the main threat. Because otherwise you could have played something like rook b3.
What happens after knight h4? It's just knight takes g2 as wins. Correct. Knight
Yes.
h4.
Knight h4.
And knight takes g2 because it attacks the queen. And that clinches it.
No, the knight f5 and knight e7.
Oh, okay. Then what is the move here?
Knight h4, maybe queen g5. Can it be? Queen g5 and then rook c1? And then rook c1 is even stronger.
But then bishop f1 over the worst in a way, right?
Still rook c1.
Rook b8 check and queen a4 check. No, it seems you're right.
Yeah. Checks don't really help.
Wow.
Yeah, because the knight h. Let's show to the top, like here,
And g6.
just g6 probably. And knight h3 check is a very strong threat.
Because two knights are going to do that check.
Yeah. Anyways, in the game, Mariya didn't. Maybe knight h4 was the best try still.
Yes.
Because she played rook b1, which is like, well, very effective but quite simple. Knight g2 and then knight f4 check.
Yeah, it might have been the best move by a very, very small margin, but it poses no difficult challenges to black, whereas knight h4 actually was harder to work out.
So she played king g1. And now...
She didn't take on f4.
No, she didn't take on f4 because taking on f4...
Queen g4 is much worse, yeah.
Trivially losing, so
Yeah.
she tries to, at least to have some intrigue in the game going. King g1, that's just I take on f4 or whatever, it's a simple win. At least 2 pawns up for black and attack.
And now knight h3 check, maybe?
And now it's winning for black, but now she needs to find how.
So let's try knight h3 check.
King g2 has to be played.
And then rook c2. Let's see how that works.
Yes, that's probably the way to go. And then she will try to defend this hopeless position with some fortress, and that's what she goes to do, yeah. So, knight went to h3, king g2, and probably rook c2 is coming. What to do? Is any chance for white to survive, to at least pretend that the game is on?
I don't see it. I mean, knight d2, I guess knight g5, but...
Yeah, knight d2 has to be played. It's the only way to stop it. And now I want to play...
She is reaching for the rook. Yep.
Yes.
So rook c2 is going to happen.
Rook c2, knight d2.
I wonder if knight takes f2 also wins here, but anyway.
And knight f2 is not quite trivial. I will take king e3, rook b6. Yeah. Let's say something like that is already not... Yeah, it's probably just...
But this, here I go king e3 and rook b6. And it might be lost, but there's some counterplay with the d pawn that you need. Oh, d5 and rook h5. Oh, then this is fine. Sorry.
And maybe not rook b6. Then maybe I can...
Oh, check and b8, yeah.
Rook b8, rook d8. Yeah. Anyways, there is a probably more direct win as we see the eval dropping for...
Knight g5, right?
Knight g5 is tricky because, you know, now rook queen h3 and rook d2 is very dangerous, yeah, right? So it's...
also, simply rook queen d5 check
d5
is very
check,
unpleasant, yeah.
Now, these positions typically don't hold up, but maybe still black needs to... Okay, she played some rook b8 check, typically.
Oh, she's swapping around and playing rook f1.
Oh, queen a8 check she played.
Yeah. She wants to swap around and thing, but now I think knight f4 is going to be a hammer blow.
Yeah,
king at 7.
For the fourth time or in the game, right?
Yeah. Okay. Every knight has been to f4, and one knight has been there twice.
But which knight is that on f4 actually?
Yes.
It's e6 knight.
Which was originally, it went via g6 and came to f4.
Yes, this is the one. It went to e6, and the another one was traded. And, yeah, a very, very beautiful play by Jiner. Once again, impressive comeback. She started with 2 losses in this tournament, and now she is already Okay, we can say, well, basically it's difficult to jinx here. She'll be on 4
But if
out.
I go king g1, what's the killer blow? Queen d3 or something?
Isn't it just queen
No.
h3? And
Exactly.
knight e2 check?
No, here queen e4 check,
Queen e4
no.
check, yeah, okay. So knight f4 was played.
Maybe knight e2 check and queen d5 or something is...
King g1 played.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's actually not that
it may be
simple.
lost, but since the other line is so hopelessly lost, you of course want to try this.
Yeah, that's what actually the difference between computer eval and the human's perception of. Obviously, you don't play a line which is obviously lost even if it's -3, and you try for a line.
I know what line is winning now. If I go rook e2, what do you do?
Queen a8.
Then I go knight d5. Ah, no, that doesn't help because then I can actually move the knight.
Queen a3.
No, I was trying for king g2, but I thought I don't need to go back to g2, right?
No, but maybe queen d5 simply, no?
Queen e3.
Still holds. It's very interesting. If we can get a Jiner full screen,
Yeah.
because it's very emotional.
Let's
now.
see if she finds it because it's
You see,
it's not obvious though. The
it's not-
computer
it's-
says
it's not
-7.
obvious.
It's not.
And you see, she's glancing at the clock. She has 4 minutes to find it. It's a puzzle. It's not probably not a very difficult puzzle because not too many pieces. But neither Vishen nor myself, we can see immediately how black wins. And it is a feeling. You see, it's very exciting. You know, very rarely you see emotions of players like that, like here. Because you know, queen e4 is a dangerous threat for white in many lines, so you cannot really remove
Like
your
queen
queen.
h3, yeah.
Once again, shown queen h3 would be winning immediately if it was
Yeah, but queen
not
e4
for
check
queen e4
is.
check, and I eliminate the knight, not the
Yeah.
rook because the mate is hanging, but the knight. So,
So what is the move?
actually, her body language is not very convincing. She looks like she would. I think she would play knight h3 once, then would go to f4.
Then they're both over the time control. Right?
Not
no.
yet. No, she will have to find the last move, I think. It's move 38. So
No, but she will go to h3 and go back to f4 and then
it will be
she's home.
39. No, it will be only 39.
But it
38.
says it's 38 is...
38 is now. She's playing now 38. And she
Oh,
will
got
go
it, okay.
39. That's about it, yeah. And then move 40, and she will still have
And
to
she
find
still
it.
has to find everything in
Yeah.
3. Oh, so there's still quite a...
Yeah,
thing.
it's a lot of drama here unfolding. And, well, a lot depends on what's going on here. Because if she just... Of course, she can play just knight e6, and she'll be just better anyways. But it's a long way to winning it, if at all.
After knight e6,
Yeah.
if I play knight h4, I'm not even sure you're much better.
Queen d5,
Queen f7, no, that's my problem.
knight... no, queen d6
pinned, yeah.
check, yeah. So she played something. Let's see what the move was made.
Yeah, I think she repeated once.
She
Okay,
repeated.
here we are.
That was according to...
And now, is there something else she can do?
No,
she can't.
No, knight f4 has to be played. But for the last move, she will have 3 minutes, like, solve the puzzle. And so let's see. Clock 2:30. Mariya is also very focused. She understands that she may survive by threat, but the position is very, very dangerous. But what's going on if Jiner can find it, and we don't know yet what exactly. So queen is.
And the
only-
problem for her is she can't go to h3 for a third time because it can't come. At least it can't come back to f4 for a third time.
Yeah, that's
so
that's
then
true.
the opportunity is passed.
So
yeah.
she repeated it already twice.
And
So if
that's
she can go only once to f4 now, she cannot. Okay, she tries now here. Let's say rook c3 is one option to consider, but probably insufficient due to knight h4, I believe. Or maybe even knight d2. Meanwhile, we see
Alexandra
Alexandra
won, yeah.
Kosteniuk won her game against Lela Javakhishvili. We saw this game being effectively decided already an hour ago, so it was expected. Kosteniuk gets out of the bottom because she was really surprisingly on the last place.
She's gone knight f4 check, so
Knight
now at
f4
move
check
40.
repeated, right? King g1. So Mariya actually checks if there was a 3-time repetition, but it was not. So she has to play king g1, And now is the last chance for Jiner to find something. She has 1 minute and 50 seconds. So can we have wide screen, right? 140. And Jiner doesn't see the move. You can see her body language, and she understands that if she goes knight h3, it's effectively a draw. She has several options to consider. The moves like rook e2, knight d5, knight e6, queen d5. Actually, this sort of position where computer is just killing. It sees it. I mean, even very let's say old.
Yeah, it has no problems finding the winning move.
But for humans, meanwhile we see another game is over. Vaishali has won, and actually Vaishali moved to second place, unless Jiner wants and also joins her in second place.
But that is now looking unlikely because she has 1 minute to find whatever winning move is there.
So let's get back.
Let's also try to find it in 1 minute.
Let's get back. And she played rook e2.
Yeah.
So let's see if this is.
I think that might be a reasonable move actually.
It is a winning move actually.
Yes, it keeps most of it.
It is actually the winning move for some reason.
Yes. So
But
queen A.
Was it the only move? Because we didn't see anything better than that.
It's the only move. I couldn't see a move with the knight which kept anything. So it's the only move left.
Rook e2, so probably Mariya
If queen
has to
A4
go.
or queen A8, yeah.
And then something here which is not quite sure what. So it is like very forced line where black has to find all the time only moves. It's a good point for black that she didn't sacrifice anything to get into it.
I still don't. Maybe d5 here wins. Maybe I have some queen e4 coming or something.
So we are watching the last.
Just try d5 here.
D5 here. No, I mean
It
it's
doesn't
good, but
spoil it, but it's not the best way.
it.
But I
Queen
just don't
e3.
see any other move.
Yes, we don't want to use the computer to tell us what wins. So let's try and I see the idea. Let's see how it's possible to make it work. F2 now F2 is hanging. So how we get to F2 is knight H3 and G5. Can we? Knight H3 and
that
G5?
must be it. Then the next question is, was it possible without rook e2?
Let's see, knight H3 and G5. Yes.
That is the move. Right.
So I solved the puzzle.
Yeah.
But what was here? Your question was?
Yeah, knight h3. It's
No,
a draw now.
probably it's not because.
Because queen e3 is coming.
G4 maybe. G5 here is also.
No, that draw was because it was thought it's a
certain,
repeating. G5, and this is still winning.
Yeah, even more winnings than the winning she has now.
After rook e2. So rook e2 didn't spoil it, but didn't finish. Yeah, and you just have to see knight h3 and g5.
So probably queen a8 will be played because we can hardly see any other move. And
But the good thing for Jiner is that now she has crossed the time control.
Right.
So queen
c6 was played. Somehow queen a8 feels more like you can go in some lines to a1, but you cannot go to c1. I don't know why. But anyways, it's equally lost probably.
So now knight h3, king g2, g5.
Yes.
Also as a bonus, so king g2, g5, yeah.
But that's probably the only way to win, because now if you play you can still play d5, but it's not that clear.
Yeah.
So in a short while we will be moving for an interview with Vaishali, who just won her game against Olga Badelka and moved into second or tied for second position. It was a very convincing win from an Indian player, and probably she will tell us more about the opening preparation, because she was really in the driving seat from the very beginning. So we will have a break, and after that have Vaishali showing us the subtleties of the game. Stay with us.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
And we're having Vaishali Rameshbabu, who has just won her game against Austrian international master Olga Badelka. Congratulations, Vaishali, on your victory.
Yeah, thank you.
Now you're climbing actually right half a point behind after the Anna Muzychuk, so on the second place. We'll see how the round came. But maybe you could show us some highlights from the game, because it looked like you got a pretty interesting position out of the opening. Maybe you could share something from your preparation.
Yeah, surprisingly it was a smooth game. I played this 4 knights, bishop b5. I've played in like rapid and blitz. Yeah, I just decided to go for this today. Bishop a4 is just an interesting line. I played, I think, once in rapid. I just repeated like knight d4. I think I have to play knight d4 and knight e2. I did not remember exactly. I just played castle, which is normal looking move, and yeah, knight f3, queen f3. Yeah, my play was just easy. I was just playing like logical moves, like b5. I spent some time here whether to, I was deciding whether to go direct a4 or just to play knight e2, knight g3. Then I decided on a4, b4, knight e2. Bishop e7, she's trying to get d5. Yeah, I've just played like logical moves like knight e2, knight g3, rook e1, and I'm threatening to play d5. She went queen c7, knight f5. Here, I was surprised with d4 because I thought she should keep this tension, and d4, yeah, c5 was another surprise. Probably she missed this queen b3 idea. Okay, I got this bishop e6, f6, queen b3, and I'm attacking e6 pawn. If queen d7, then I take e7 and put my queen on c4, and yeah, all the pawns are weak, and I get this bishop versus knight, and she also has this double pawn. She went for the c4, yeah, queen c4. Yeah, I'm just a full pawn up, queen b3, a5. Yeah, here I was very confused how to continue because yeah, I was initially planning to play bishop g5, but I was not happy after h6, bishop h4, rook c6, and I mean she'll try to attack the c pawn or try to get rook d8, rook d4. So yeah, the c3, I played c3. I was not sure actually. I think b3, she can play rook b8, but I get queen c2, and yeah, I have to play this anyway. I'm a full pawn up, but I was not sure whether somehow I'll lose the c pawn or she'll get some activity, but maybe it's just I'm just better. She played queen f7. I think it's already, yeah, yeah, I'm just a full pawn up. There is no tricks on the king side like okay, knight b4, rook c1. Yeah, I'm just trying to get double the rooks, and yeah, I was full pawn up and I was just playing like
It was
logical
very nicely
moves.
converting,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think yeah, I didn't give any chance to like bishop c1 was a nice move, and yeah.
So yesterday was quite a painful day for you. I mean, that was you spent too much time in the opening, and then the critical phase you didn't get enough time to consider. And like, how did you approach that game yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday it was a tough loss. Yeah, I was super annoyed with myself. Like, yeah, it was just a bad day. I felt my brain was just not working. Like, I was spending a lot of time on like simple moves. Like, I could have just played faster. And towards the end, also, I went to this rook end game, which is just lost. She got this f6 and rook f8. Yeah, it was a tough game, but I'm happy with the win today.
Yeah, you managed to come back
Yeah.
pretty nicely. It has been 6 rounds so far here in Austria. How do you evaluate your game so far?
Yeah, I had few good games, and yes, some decisions could have been better, but overall I think it's going well for now.
Tomorrow is a rest day. Are you tired? Are you feeling like it's the right moment for the rest day for you?
Yeah, I think it's good we have rest day now. If we had rest day like after 5 games, I think I would have been super annoyed with the rest after rest day's loss. I'm happy that I managed to come back today and tomorrow I can rest well.
And
Yeah.
how do you feel that you have this half a point gap to the leader, like that you're standing there in the top of the leaderboard right now?
I'm not thinking too much about the standings. I just want to play some good games and feel good about myself.
So just one game by one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Vaishali, and have a good rest day tomorrow, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks a lot.
And now we're going for a very short break. Stay tuned for the broadcast. Be right back in a few moments. Welcome back to the final leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and we had some exchange of the commentators. Now I'm joining you.
Yes.
Are you happy?
Sure. This game is still exciting because Jiner managed to do everything right. I mean, she didn't see the idea in knight h3 and g5. It's not an easy idea to see. I think sometimes you see it effortlessly, sometimes you don't. But she managed to keep it going. She went rook e2, which conserves most of the advantage. But after queen c6, she has finally made the time control. Now she has time to think. She spent a good amount of time here. But when you don't see it, she's gone d5. Now apparently the advantage is minuscule. So quite a lucky escape for Mariya, if that is in fact what happens.
Yeah, I was told actually that there are two most critical moves. It's move number 40 and move number 41.
Yes.
So in this case, it's move number 41 where, yeah, but she spent quite some time, yeah. Or,
Yes.
Yeah. So we cannot really blame. So she couldn't find the G5, right?
Some
What's the
some
correct
ideas just don't pop up very easily. But somehow knight h3 and g5.
So here,
I mean,
like,
I didn't spot it either. We were trying very hard without a computer, and Emil finally hit upon it.
yeah, so after
And this move, g5, would have clinched the game. In fact, on move 40, this would have clinched the game. So if you see the idea, you see the idea. But
yeah, didn't work out. So
now after d5, let's find out which move of white doesn't lose the game.
yeah, it's actually a big question, yeah, because there is still a lot of like pressure on the king side. It's not so easy, and knight h3 is always an idea.
I would guess knight h4 has to be the place to start.
Targeting the queen and asking some questions. Is knight h3? Does it has to be played? Or?
Knight h3 doesn't help, right? Because I just go king g2 and you didn't
So
solve.
The problem of the queen. So queen g5. No, queen g5. There is knight f3 back.
Yes.
Have to move the
Also,
queen.
some move like queen d7 might start becoming unpleasant. Because I'm attacking f7, I'm controlling h3, and so on. So if you want to do that, you maybe want to go queen g4.
Yeah, queen g4, trying to keep the pin.
Now, what's the plan for white?
So what's the threat from black? That's, I think, the main question right now. Is there any threat? Is g5 kind of threat, or?
Maybe I can go queen b5. Because I think g5 might have been a threat, but now I have queen b1 check, which hopefully keeps it alive.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So queen b1. But
A saving resource, so to speak.
yeah. The evaluation bar goes a bit down somehow.
Maybe knight h3 and knight g5 continues somehow, I don't know.
H2 and g5 still. But there is.
Now maybe
No,
there's
queen
queen b1,
b1.
queen f5.
So king goes to. And sudden.
No,
No,
this
no, here,
is
here.
not the way apparently. Wow.
So queen b8. But then king g7.
Yeah, then king g7.
Then it's not working.
Maybe knight f5.
Wow, knight f5.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, I mean, to find all these only moves. And this is pretty tough. It's pretty tough, yeah? So this is the current position what we have.
Yeah.
So once again, knight h4 feels like a...
Let's see if there's any other move which works. But knight e5 doesn't work because I take on f2, knight h3 check. So that is clear. No, I mean knight h3
sorry.
and then
knight
take
h3
it.
and take, yeah, just the pawn falls. All right.
And maybe there aren't any other decent squares. I don't know, queen c3 looks sad.
Yeah, just too passive.
Not only is
maybe
it passive,
some-
it just seems to be lost. Maybe
some
it's
na-
rook c2.
some
yeah.
rook, yeah. Yeah, rook. And then
No, that spoils it completely. Hang on.
Is there rook? No, rook f2 is not.
Knight d3 maybe. But then knight h4 and queen e4 maybe, yeah. But then again, it's not a -4. Hang on. Oh, just to be resumed, we go knight h3 check and g5. So she would have to do this all over again. So
Still
let's
this
just like
idea.
king g2, and I think the only way left is again this g5.
So all comes to this knight h3
Yes.
g5 idea. This is crazy. And if you don't see it, then you actually don't have this advantage.
So white has to grab the chance to put the knight on h4 before g5 happens, and that seems to be the key in understanding this position.
yeah, now if knight goes to h4, then it's already a completely different story. So queen g4 feels like a logical move, trying to pin the king, even though there was maybe something better.
But what?
Yeah, knight h3 doesn't make so much sense, right? Anyway, we'll still
Knight
have
h3 is a draw at least, but I don't think black needs to make a draw like this.
Yeah, definitely. So But it should be the queen move, right? There is no the only one check is knight h3. Other than that, there is a queen move.
Yeah.
Queen g5. If there's any difference with queen on g4 and g5.
I thought queen g5 was missing the point. We spoke about queen d7 earlier.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't make sense. And queen h3?
but what is your threat if I go queen c7?
Yeah, there is no checkmate threat. Interesting. Queen g4 looks logical, right? But somehow the valuation drops a bit.
Maybe queen c7 again. But then we swing back to g5 and that keeps it going. Hang on, let's go back and see. Queen g4, what is the move? Maybe it's queen b5? Because I'm fighting for this queen b1
Yeah,
check.
queen b5, yeah.
But that actually drops the evaluation more. Oh, try king h1 instead of queen b5. Oh, rook f2, rook f2.
Oh
sorry.
my god.
Yeah, that is clear. Yeah,
this
sorry.
is crazy. And there is like
Queen
checkmate.
So if rook takes f2, then you can
Yeah.
play queen d1 check and
Yes.
suddenly I think. So that is
Wow.
terrible. It's not h3 obviously. It's is it queen c1? My god. Or queen d6. But queen d6. Try queen d6.
Queen d6, what is...
Oh, because now if knight h3, king g2, knight g5, I simply play queen takes d5 and you're not delivering anything, any mate, yeah. So that
That's
seems
a
to
difference.
clinch it, yeah.
And here
As
there
opposed
is
to queen
nothing,
c7, which where we still had
Yeah,
little
yeah.
hope.
because here d5 is hanging, but here the computer says somehow there is a better option.
G5 or what?
So g5.
And then if I go queen f6,
It looks like there are too many threats of the perpetual or even the checkmate. So
yes, and king g8, knight f5, knight f4 is a draw. So
yeah, and has to repeat, not to actually lose. Yeah, also
Yeah.
for black. Okay, it's pretty interesting. Yes, queen g4, g6. What could be an idea other than knight h3?
g5.
Immediately g5.
But then I thought my defense was queen f6.
Queen f6 again, the same,
Yes.
targeting the f7. Also knight f5 is coming at some moment.
But I think black will anyway always have a perpetual. So
Yeah. So, but for some reason, something computer doesn't like, and it's not so obvious what. Is there some idea to include some knight e2, like moving the rook?
well, queen takes f4 is a
Yeah,
threat.
whatever. It's of course a big threat. So you have to remove the knight or defend it, and
Let's try knight h3 check
king g2.
and rook e6.
Interesting.
Well,
now the-
but unfortunately I'm not really closing the deal, am I? Maybe queen c7 or something.
And now this is the question. But okay, now at least there is no this knight f4 annoying check, and there is no this g5 idea. So at least some improvement maybe over that -4 position or just before earlier. Yeah, but how to proceed as black? I just cannot understand what computer can see here as an active plan. Because this queen is very annoying. Yeah,
maybe rook f6, I don't know.
Okay, rook f6 makes sense, yeah, because then this knight coming to...
But queen c2 check, you'll have to play g6 maybe. And then, but instead of queen c2 check, maybe f3 check is possible. f3, sorry. Because if knight f4, I can go queen takes f4.
Yeah, because the queen is hanging here.
It's still not very impressed, is it? Oh, because queen takes f4, g takes f4, g5 is a draw. So he's just, by a miracle, black is not losing a piece, but he can go g5.
Oh my god. And the queen is, the knight is trapped. Oh my god, this is crazy. And the move
she
was
did something.
played.
Let's see what she played.
Let's see. We don't have a move yet, but she played queen c3.
And she's lost again because knight h3 and g5. But for Jiner, this is a problem. She simply hasn't seen that plan.
Yeah.
And will she spot it now is the big question. So for the third time, this plan, fourth time, I don't remember, but this plan, knight h3 and g5 is popping up.
I'm just wondering if she has seen it, but maybe found some line which can not
well, in
work
that case,
there,
the queen is worse on c3 than it was maybe on a8 or something like that.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm making it up as I'm going along. I don't really know what's happening.
But many times, once you don't see an idea, normally you don't see it
Correct.
one more time. So it's going to be pretty difficult for Jiner to find it. She has still some time on the clock, so maybe she's looking at the king side. Obviously, she's looking for something.
I'm sorry, but the queen side is not there.
Yes. Right. But yeah, big question: will she find this idea? Maybe just quickly checking on the game of.
Just see what happens after knight d3.
Okay, knight d3.
Knight h4 and queen e4. Is that? No, but it doesn't seem to be much. Though, what specifically is white doing?
But it looks like a big pressure on white. Like, at least to human eye, it looks very.
Maybe the problem is whenever you play g5, I have some queen c7 or queen d7 or something like that. Okay, let's do your thing and see what Salimova and Zhongyi.
Yeah, just quickly check.
Oh, this is.
Where have you left the game? Here.
Yeah.
Earlier. But earlier, where was last time you have seen
a long time back?
A long time.
We got caught
but
up
it
in
was
other games.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So this end game, this rook end game, somewhere around here probably. Here.
Yes,
so
but I mean this is too much. Let's just go to the critical moments on these rook end game.
So after some exchanges of the rooks, there was this endgame 4 against 3 with one pawn on the a file, and suddenly what was an idea with the a4? So not to allow f4.
No, something like that.
Yeah. So now it's just 4 against 3, and also with a doubled pawn, so it's not so easy to create a passer.
But for me, it's not clear why she gave up this thing. She could have played rook b3 instead of charging off. Put the king on e3, and then I just play rook instead of rook h8. I could go instead of rook g8 check. I could just play rook b3 so that you don't have that check. And how are you going to get f4?
It's actually a good point. And then once king will come anytime you're going
In
to
fact,
cut.
my threat might be f3.
Oh.
And I just don't take. I'll play f3, you'll play rook a4, and I'll play rook c3, and I'll go back to the b3 and so on.
Let's try to make some move, for example, king f7, f3.
But then I just take on e4.
Yeah, I just take, yeah.
So you have to defend it with
So
rook
rook
a4.
a4 has to be defended.
Now let me give a couple of checks. Rook b7 check, rook b6 check.
Yeah, king doesn't go too much forward.
It can't go forward.
Yeah, there is no way, yeah.
Yeah.
So
this would have been a clinch. So, you know, just a simple way to draw this. But anyway, she...
And then rook b3 just back.
Yeah.
Okay, so she went for rook g8, giving some opportunity for black's rook to be activated on the a file. Rook a3 check, king e2,
So
now
all this
f4.
happened, g4, king g6.
Yes, so now...
f5 check, takes, rook h5, king a.
And she had to give up the h pawn.
Yeah, and now f4.
Yeah, so now basically the king is cut. And there are 2 against 1.
Okay, so rook a1 check. King h2 is important. And here's the thing, if f3, maybe we can give the audience 1 minute. Just to
And
see
myself.
The draw. And
Okay.
it's a nice stalemate. Rook g4 check uses that trick.
Oh, this is crazy, amazing.
So this, but this was,
Wow.
this wasn't a joke, because had you gone
King g2.
King g2, then f3 check and e3 is winning now, because now the pawn can move, and so you cannot have any stalemates available.
So it's actually very, very important, yeah. And it
And
happened.
she's gone rook e1. She's also waiting. She knows what's
of course.
happening.
She doesn't go for the f3.
Now the question is, would white play f3? No, white can't play f3 because you'll go rook e2 check and then e3. So she's waiting, that's clear.
Yeah. It's very clever, definitely.
And in fact, we have the advantage of seeing the evaluation, which is a draw. So this is also a table-based thing. So
Yeah, it's like under 8 pieces, yeah.
yes,
It's very interesting. Yeah, this f3 can never happen, and yeah,
without
e3
that,
doesn't
there's
make,
no way to make progress.
Yeah, exactly. E3 doesn't make sense. The king is cut, so it should be a draw. Without, of course, there is always opportunity for human to make a mistake, but on such level should be pretty important. Yeah, the most important that she played also this king h2, not to allow, and she sees this stalemate idea. So maybe let's.
But now f3.
Yeah, f3.
Rook g4 check. I can still go to h5. No,
Yes,
you
now
don't
you
want to do
cannot.
that.
Now but rook h4, then you're.
I'm transferring to f5, which might be unpleasant. So I think now, how are you going to make this draw? You can't, because black, if you go rook g8, now I have rook f1 winning.
Yes. So let's make it on the board. This pawn is problem.
So now let's see. No,
or maybe e3 here, no? Just.
Right.
Just e3, f2.
So now rook e1 check, king h2, f3. At least it's worth a try.
So here rook e2 was played, so king g1.
And now rook e1 check, king h2.
Back.
f3. Let's just try and see what the method is.
So
maybe it's
maybe
rook e7.
So just keeping an eye on the pawn on.
Yes.
But then king can go to the f5.
Yes, and I'll just have to check you out. I'll go to e8 and then I check you and push you to the d file and maybe then play king g3. I think that might be the way to do this.
So. Yeah, but it's also not so easy, yeah, for.
Yeah, so rook e1 check.
Yeah, this is happening. So she has only one move, right? After rook e1 check, she cannot go king g2. So king h2 is played, not allowing any f3 tricky moves. And now question, will Tan go for the f3? As you're saying, it's the only try, right? Because you have to do something with black and
the king is cut off on h4, which doesn't help, so.
f3 is on the board.
f3, bingo. Now, I think, I can even play rook g8 actually. Because rook f1, I have my famous rook g4 check.
Oh,
But
here,
e3 wins.
E3,
We
yes.
discussed the things, yeah.
Yes.
So now I have to go rook e7. I
Yeah.
think it might be just, maybe rook f7 works as well, but you get the general idea.
Yes. And yet the whole point is that once king is coming, you're starting to check it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you cannot really move the rook from the e1, and e3 is not happening anytime soon, so...
And I go to e8, and that way.
Yeah, and
But at some point, white has to charge out with the king. King g3, king f4, when this king moves away.
the check happens.
This
Well,
should
it's
be
normal,
fine as
yeah.
well. It's just on the 7th, you might run out of checking distance. That's why I'm pushing it one square further. Like now, after king g5, she probably has to go rook... wait, what is she doing?
Wait, now rook e7.
Rook e7 anyway, and that doesn't matter, correct?
yeah.
Okay. But
But
if she
she-
goes rook g7, it
But she
might-
has to play rook e7, because if rook g7, then king f6. Yeah?
No, I still have rook g8.
And then still...
Because if e3, I thought I have rook f8 check. But maybe now there's rook f1 winning. Yeah. that's
now rook f1, now it's a
yeah,
different
now
story.
there's no
Oh.
stalemate, right? So 1 second. So rook g7 check, king f6, and there still seems to be a... But she's
She
gone to
played-
e7, that's
yeah.
fine.
Makes more sense, keeping an
Yeah.
eye on the pawn on e4, and... Yeah, now big question for Tan, how to continue. Okay, bringing the king seems logical, but there is always going to be a perpetual. Or in case, as you said, king coming to the queen side, white king can always go to the g3.
Well, then I'll check you again, and then you'll be stuck on h3. Probably I'd prefer just going rook e8 right now.
So in case of king f5, or
I
king
think rook
f6,
e8
yeah,
should... No, rook e8, do you have e3? No. No, you don't have e3. So if you just play rook e8,
Oi,
still then it's not e3 because I have fe3.
rook f1.
Is it rook f1 again? But then I can check you, right?
Then you're probably hiding somewhere on
And then you check
e2.
again. And then I go king g3.
Ah.
No, that's a draw, so there's something else.
So it has to come to towards the rook. Ah no, I cannot do this. So probably here to come to g6? No. Because the question is, where do you hide with the king? Yeah, should hide somewhere. I thought maybe coming to the rook with the king, but it doesn't seem like working.
Oh, I know, king e5, rook e8 check, king d4. No, that's a draw. Where is that square?
And if king d5, it's also a draw. So we cannot go to the king, queen side.
Oh, then we have to loop back and go somewhere else. So instead of rook f1, rook f8 check is a mistake apparently. So what is the move? King g6 maybe. But that was a draw as well, right?
Yeah, so this rook e8 is showing that rook e8 is a mistake. And it looks like, I mean, rook f1 looks like a, at least according to evaluation bar, confirming that it's...
So let me check you twice. Rook f8 check. Ah, sorry, that's what I meant. King e5, king g3. No, not yet, yeah. King d4, king d4, excuse me.
d4, yeah.
No, that is again a draw. Oh, is that the position we looked at? I thought my
Yeah,
king
yeah.
can come to d3 and e2,
Yeah, yeah,
but it's just not working.
There are 6 moves of the king.
We've been to f4 and f5 before, so I'm not sure what is going on there.
Yeah, because the problem is that the king has to hide somewhere, and the only way to hide is to attack the rook, but maybe it makes big difference. Where do you attack a rook, on which square?
Oh, I know, it's king f5. And then king g5. No, still, I thought I maneuver back to f6. Maybe it's king g6 or something.
King g6 was, I believe, also not correct. I was trying it.
So what, I go back to g4 or what? This makes no sense.
But then...
Oh, but now the rook is on f1. But I have rook f... No, I don't have rook f4 check. So rook g8, what is the move? King h5. Oh, the difference is the rook is already on f1, whereas in the other position I think it was... Oh, no, we were analyzing with... oh, but then it was on h4. So king h5.
And now king g6.
g6.
No. But,
king g5. Rook g8 check, maybe king h6, my god.
oh my god, king h6.
Yeah.
This, we were not allowed to go on the knight squares.
Ah, so that's the maneuvering thing.
Wow.
Whereas we had it with the king on h4, in which case rook g4 is a perfect fork. Okay, let's go back to the game and see what's happening.
Oh my god. So king is coming to the e5, so...
she's gone for a different defense, which is rook a7. And her idea seems to be that if you go rook f1, I can even defend from a2.
Just defending the pawn.
Maybe that's just some easier draw.
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now their e3 is not happening because of the check. Or actually...
She's gone rook f1. And rook a2, yeah. Because now if you go king d4, I advance king g3, f4, and I'm safe. So
yeah, always there is going to be this king g3 coming, someone defending. Actually, just looking at the clock right now, well, Nurgyul has under 1 minute, and
let's just quickly see what's happening with Jiner and...
Oh,
she found
it! Wow, we we left her and she found it. Wow. So let's just go back a little bit. So.
She has gone, yeah. So, well, exactly what we thought. Will she find it on the third attempt? And she did. Amazing. And then knight e1 has happened. But knight takes f2 must be the end of the world.
Yeah, it doesn't... What actually do you do? There are so many discovered check...
Just one discovered check.
Yeah, just one discovered check is enough. Yeah, it was. For some reason. Yeah, for some reason.
Knight takes f2. It's not complicated. I suspect g4, but you might have queen d3, and that's, well, black doesn't need it. You can just take on f2.
Of course. Yeah, she has just a take, and she was reaching out for the piece. But for some reason, after knight f2, it's saying it's not so convincing as something else.
Oh, wow. What is the other move? Maybe it's rook f2?
Rook f2 feels like... Oh,
no, that's not it either.
So what about
it
g4?
It is g4 then, but then queen d3.
Queen d3. She hasn't played a move yet.
Oh, queen e4 check. Queen e4, d4, and the knight is trapped on e1. Oh, that is brilliant.
Wow.
Yes, that's... Oh, is that the only way to win?
She goes for...
Oh, she found it. Brilliant.
Wow. g4.
I'm curious, why does knight f2 not work?
Queen e4 is on the board.
It's amazing, on the board. Now it's over, yeah.
We can maybe check quickly what is happening after knight f2, because it's still saying it's -1, but...
Maybe some queen f3 type thing is... that was it.
Okay.
And, well, it's still a one ending, but it's not quite this clinching.
It's not the same, and here now, knight is a problem on e1.
Well, there's just no squares.
No squares anymore, and actually for the rook as well, and also the king is pinned, so all the pieces are trapped on the king side.
After d5, I can just go with my king. King g7, d6, king f8, and just...
You're just in the square.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's very nice, yeah.
Okay, very impressive. But you see the struggle She misses the idea twice, and then she's unexpectedly given a third chance, because it's difficult for poor Mariya as well. She's been defending on edge for quite some time. Let's go back to and see if any progress is happening. Not really, and there seems to be no real way to make progress.
Yeah, just
Rook
defend.
d1.
So what? An idea at some moment to stop the checks probably on the d file, but
she's gone to d1 because oh, she's going to d5. This I don't fully appreciate, but I mean, I don't really see the point, rather. Can I go king g1? I mean, have you gained anything by this?
and then defending one more time the pawn on f2, and looks like no real way to break through.
I mean, rook g5, I have to go to f1, and then when you go to h5, I have to
Yeah, have
go
to
back
come
to
back.
g1.
Yes.
Bit shameful, but we'll do it.
You're okay with the draw here.
Yes.
So. Yeah, interesting, this rook d5.
Okay, let's
But
just go
it's-
back to
yeah,
Jiner and
let's
see
go
what's... Okay, nothing much is happening, but it's hard to see anything
Yeah.
happen.
Mariya has 6 minutes on the clock. All the pieces are pinned. Yeah, due to no squares for the knight. It looks like a game
Wait,
over.
let's go back to Salimova, and she went rook a8. Yeah, there's still no progress here, yeah.
And if rook d2, then king g1.
And here we go again.
Okay, now Tan is trying to cut the king of Nurgyul here on h2.
Okay,
but
so king h1.
yeah, must be played because
And then is it what, e3? No, it's not.
e3 there are going to be checks, right?
Rook f8. Yeah.
Oh,
But then
no.
rook f5, yeah?
Ah, rook f5 just stop.
No,
Yeah.
not rook f5, hang on. What is the move? It's not... Oh, king e4 and rook e5 is winning, correct.
Oh, and... you
But it's
cannot-
fantastic, she's defending... she went rook a2, that's very impressive. Oh, but it's now
Wow.
it's actually giving an advantage. Why is that?
What is going on? Is there some way to pin this? But then there are checks on the king.
Maybe it's rook g2 check,
King h1.
and then king g4 or something, is that it? Yeah,
And probably this idea of e3 later after king comes to
h3, and then we're threatening,
Oh, and the rook can never leave the like the second rank
yeah.
defending the pawn. Oh no.
So let's just go back and see, she blundered with rook a2. She could have, after rook g5, she should have given a check maybe. And if king e5, is it king h1?
But king h1, rook g2.
Rook takes f3.
Oh, so beautiful.
And it's a stalemate. But just go back and say, let's make sure there's nothing else happening. Instead of rook g2, some king d4.
Just trying to come around.
But it...
And we have rook g2, by the way, on the board.
And once king g4 happens, it's really lost.
Will she play king g4? King
So
h3?
dramatic day, 4 decisive results.
Incredible.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah, out of calm positions. From the opening,
Yes.
there were pretty calm positions, and now... Incredible. Yesterday we had 3 decisive games, today 4. And the most interesting part that it's, yeah, we didn't expect it at all. We expected rather 1 decisive game and 4 draws.
Correct.
And it's so unexpected. Maybe quickly checking
And
on...
she's already down to 1 minute, so she doesn't even
Yeah,
have...
She doesn't have time.
anyway, it's too late. Yeah, let's go back. Well, both, I think
Yeah, going to
Mariya is also just unable to see a move. Probably because there isn't one. Ah, no, she went this way. King h1 allowed a
Like to give up the pawn on f2. So, yeah, the only way to unpin was to give up the pawn on f2
and then rotate the knight to f3, which paralyzes this knight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
now basically there is this very annoying pin because of the checkmate on h2. So again, not much to do for Mariya, unfortunately, pinned too much. Yeah.
I mean, let's do rook d1, e3, d5, rook f2, d6, e2, and that's over. And rook f. I mean, there's just nothing you can.
Game over. Rook f1 is coming. Yeah. It's minus 57 according to computer. You can see.
Yes. I think that just means that the mate is also near.
Yeah,
It's not
mate somewhere in there.
okay.
Okay.
Well, that game is also over.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Mariya. Trying to defend for so long, but yeah, for Zhu definitely a good result, and still then she's in the game for the...
Very much. She's joined second with Vaishali.
Yeah, for Grand Prix points.
And 4 wins in a row.
Yeah, amazing.
And
After
King
the
H3
tough
and
loss,
it's over,
by the way, after tough losses she had.
Absolutely.
Yeah, King G4 was played, and now...
Yeah, King H3.
Nurgyul has to wait on the second rank to defend the pawn on f2, but it's just not going to be enough because King
E3
can
is
hide.
coming, yeah.
King h3 and e3. No way to stop it. Yeah, and yesterday she had quite a great result. Yesterday Nurgyul won against Alexandra.
Yeah.
Pretty much out of the opening, and today upsetting result, but of course Zhongyi is also super strong. Even though she spent so much energy on the World Championship match, she's still in the power, and after winning this game she's going to actually join the Vaishali on the second place.
Yeah.
So we're going to have three it's on the board.
There it is.
King h3 has been played.
In fact, even rook a2
and
e3 has
e3
happened.
is already there, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what Nurgyul is trying to find, maybe some last stalemate trick, but it's not there. It's not happening today. You just wish in this position your rook could disappear in some way. just move it outside of the board, but unfortunately not possible. You just hide the rook, then it's stalemate.
Yeah, now I think rook f2 and that's it.
Yeah.
Releases the stalemate and collects a pawn, and that's hard to argue against.
Yeah, now there is no more stalemate.
And rook f2 has happened, so...
And after all kinds of checks, the king is going to hide on e2.
D3 and e2, yeah.
Yeah, we might see resignation pretty soon, yeah, because e2 is coming. Okay, she's trying probably some last checks. Yes, Bulgarian international master Nurgyul was trying to defend this endgame, which was definitely not easy. Again, like theoretical draw, but practically such a huge chance for the Chinese grandmaster Zhongyi.
I mean, rook g2 is a clincher here.
Actually, yeah, just.
But even, but rook a2 wins as well, so there's no real.
Yeah. Just rook. Was it rook d2? I believe it was rook d2. And just some checks, but okay. course, the king is going to hind. King a4, coming into this window with a pawn. And resignation. Zhongyi is joining the second place currently with Vaishali and coming closer to Anna Muzychuk, the current leader of the final leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Austria. So huge result for Zhongyi. 85, 89 moves actually, yeah. Pretty long game.
And I think the last game is going to finish in 3 minutes, one way or the other.
So actually some moves have been played, so Mariya is trying to do something with a d pawn. But
in fact, I don't know why she went king g7. She could have gone, as I said, e3 and rook f2 and e2, because there's no way white can release. But after d5, here, this is funny. I can go e3, d6, rook f2, d7, e2, d8 queen, and then rook f1 check.
Not in
and
time.
And we still mate, yeah. But anyway, d7, king e8, rook a1.
Yeah. So she decided to stop the pawn with the king, and now rook a8 trying, rook a1 trying to give some checks, but now rook d2. Yeah, Jiner is trying not to give any opportunities for Mariya in this endgame. Yeah, but of course the pinned knight on g2 is the biggest problem, and
yes,
yeah, she cannot really do much in this case. But yeah, just it's a and resignation. Jiner is winning the game. Said like already 3 games in a row.
4.
4 games in a row, yeah. And because she lost first 2, she lost first 2, and
it's an amazing comeback. So in fact, all the games are finished, and
yeah, we have.
Congrats to the participants. I mean, such fighting spirit. I'm sure they will be very happy with the rest day tomorrow.
Are you impressed by the play of the players today, this round?
Yes, it was entertaining to watch, and there were a lot of difficult moments. Of course, there were mistakes, but there were also some great attempts. So you have to congratulate them on that.
Yeah, definitely. 4 decisive games, and many of them we were not expecting at all. But yeah, and okay, again, we have still the current leader, Anna Muzychuk, and behind her we have
3 people now.
No, actually 2, because
Jiner and Vaishali, and you said.
I think before this round only.
Just 2, yeah, sorry.
And Vaishali and Dzagnidze were behind, like 1 point behind of Anna. So now after the victory, we have Zhongyi and Vaishali, and I think Jiner is half a point behind them, I believe. But we can, anyway, we can check.
I think Jiner is actually, she won 3 in a row till at this point.
Yeah, we can check actually now the results of the round. After that, we can check the standings to make sure. So today we had very nice games with all the decisive results. If we can pull up the results of the round number 6, it would be great to see what happened there. Okay. Okay, so yeah, as we already mentioned, we had the game of Dzagnidze against Anna Muzychuk, which finished in a fighting draw. We have Zhongyi winning with the black pieces against Bulgarian international master.
At the very last minute, turning around a drawn position and provoking a mistake. Alexandra won fairly convincingly, I would say.
Maybe we could just say a few things about each game. Yes, you were saying so about the Nurgyul Salimova against Zhongyi. So Nurgyul was trying to defend this endgame at the very last moment, making this mistake, as you were mentioning.
Yes.
So basically, the fatal mistake of the game was.
I mean, here, for instance, a move like f4 probably clinches your draw.
In this moment.
Yeah, but the thing is, leave these things too late, and then they actually become difficult. So it takes a lot to take this position and make it a winning position for black. But the slow deterioration, a small concession here, concession there. In fact, it only stopped being a draw about 3 moves till the end. But black made her, white made her own defensive task almost impossible. And I think that was the crucial factor here. Let's go to the next game.
Yes, exactly. So Alexandra Kosteniuk managed to win against Lela Javakhishvili. So it was actually quite an, I believe around this moment, it was quite an even position.
Yes.
And
but she fell for a nice tactic
yes.
here, rook f1 a5.
Because of the back rank.
Exactly, and that kind of clinched it. And this blunder followed by...
Yeah, she cannot take with a bishop because there is
queen takes
queen
d4. And that was...
and checkmate, yeah, this is...
a back rank checkmate. So that then... It's even more important than the pawn is that the d5 square is available to the knight. And that became very smooth. I think the remaining... the game between Vaishali and Badelka was...
it was actually pretty impressive from the opening. Yes, she went for this interesting line of the 4 knights.
Yes, but I think here b5 and b4, and it looked discoordinated, and once knight f5 happened, the advantage was huge. And really after that, Vaishali didn't spoil it at all. Jiner had some lot of dramatic moments.
If you got this Arhangel's variation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this knight e7 move was kind of a start of basically equalizing first of all, because as black she had to first.
But if you just go down this line quite fast.
Yes.
For instance, I thought this move b4 was quite suspicious.
Yes, it's b4. Yeah.
But again, officially this was not where everything went wrong. It took a lot to convert this into real problems. But Jiner actually played this part very well. She took queen c2 is correct. On move 27, black played queen c2. I think we can go there.
Queen c2.
Queen c2 is very important because white's just a bit uncomfortable here. It's not clear, the rook can't really come back and so on. Bishop f1, I thought queen g6 was a decent try. But the critical blunder came in the game. So rook b7, queen f5. Yeah, just good. And now g3.
Yeah, just right.
So already knight e6 was the thing. And now a blunder. Knight h4 is absolutely fine.
Oh, she had
But she went bishop g2, thinking that even if the knight came back to f4, she can go back to f1. But now it's this knight which comes.
Oh, another knight.
And if you go bishop f1 back, then what happens is queen d5 forks the rook and knight. And this was the moment that the game turned. Then let's just go a little bit ahead. Can I just do that?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So white was forced to go for this, but then the pressure just stayed on. Knight h3, rook c2. So, and Mariya defended extremely well. Already at this point, I think g5 wins, but she didn't see the idea quite yet. King g2, she went one more time. Then she realized she needs to go back, but that's a 3-time repetition. Yeah. She threw in a rook move.
Very important.
Very important,
Tempo.
which then resets the clock. So now you start repeating again. d5. And now knight h4 saves the game. But it's the last chance, because, and that was what g5 is. Not only threatens g4, it stops knight h4 in many lines. Mariya thought it's time to bring back the knight. And in fact, sometimes you don't see an idea for so long, you wonder if people will find it. Because, it escaped her once and twice. And by the way, none of this is easy, so it's not a criticism, but it's just sometimes you don't see the right plan. So she came very, very close. But third time lucky. And all this is happening on move 40. Sorry, if you just go back to move 40.
Yes, all happening.
She did all the repetition, but the only way to make the time control is to play rook e2 and then start thinking, but she didn't see the idea, so she played d5. And here, finally, she nailed it.
She found it.
This is the moment when the game is over, but then the finish is very good. She didn't get sidetracked by rook takes f2. She went for the clincher, queen e4.
Yeah, this queen e4 was...
And this was masterful and above. Yeah. So, really impressive win.
So you the most amazed by Jiner, you would say?
The biggest struggle, if you like, I think the other games were just too easy, and you have to congratulate Tan Zhongyi on simply persisting. But there was nothing difficult. It's just Nurgyul made the kind of mistakes you do when you're defending an unpleasant position, but it was drawn till the end. Here, there was so much depth in the position and very difficult, but finally they nailed it. So I think in that sense, for me, this was the game of the day.
Yeah, the game of the day and probably the move of the day also. And I think we're
Let's
also...
now go to the interview where we see the
we have
the winner,
Jiner is coming
find out
to the
what
studio.
she has to say.
And now we're coming to the interview. We're having Jiner. Milan, word to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, what a day here at the Women's Grand Prix in Austria. It started out as a slow day, slow games, long games. We've expected a lot of draws. In the end, we have 4 victories and 1 draw. And the final game of the day to finish was between Mariya Muzychuk and Jiner. It was a very tense and spectacular game, and Zhu is back 4 out of 6. So, Zhu, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Well, I think my the start of the tournament is not so well. It's bad for me, and now I think I play pretty fine. Yes.
I can see with a smile on your face. Even yesterday, after yesterday's game, you were very happy. So yeah, you had a slow start with 2 defeats, but 4 victories in a row. Such a great success. Congratulations to you. And let's see this game against Mariya Muzychuk, which you played. You were black in this game. A Spanish game was played. Could you show us what happened here, the key moments?
Yeah. So for if I so
That's Spanish. Or we got this?
yes, and
So the game is going normally. You're very comfortable.
Yeah.
Both sides.
And here I think maybe white should play AB5 and
AB5 is a better move for white.
yes,
Okay.
and then I mean take.
You can show us, yeah.
Yes. Take. Yes. And knight A3. I think this is the line, but okay.
See them.
Black
Showing you the
should
game.
be fine.
Okay. So you went.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
So should play rook A1, D6.
Looks complicated, but everything seems to be in order.
Yeah, it's
If you know which
logical.
you should do.
And
Exchange.
D4.
Push in the center.
Well, take. Yes.
It's complicated. This point,
Yeah.
but it's even.
Take. And
Could be one.
it's equal position and yeah.
So this is all fine.
Yeah.
And now we enter the critical moments of the game.
No, maybe here I think maybe I play not so well, but I don't know how to keep pressure, so I just try to improve my knight a bit. But
We're on D5,
it's
centralizing
still
it, which is logical.
Equal
yeah.
position.
And now
here.
a mistake by white.
Yes, knight D4. Well,
Now that's
so-
also seen as a mistake. It's suggested that white should have played queen e3, I think.
uh,
Okay, but now you continue pressing, yeah?
Take knight
And now
F4. Yeah, I think yes. Why after move 40, I realized I have this move G5, but at that time, I don't have too much time to think. So maybe I don't find the
best
winning
move in
move.
this.
Yes.
Okay, time
I
is
think-
also a factor, of course, for both. Yes, this is
still
not
win.
considered as
Yeah,
completely
here
lost
I
for
should
white.
play. Yeah, I should play G5, but Okay.
You bought some time with the repeated moves, yeah?
But
Look at you attacking the queen, trying to break it.
okay.
Apparently, yes, this was a move which, obviously, where you almost dropped your complete advantage with d5.
So I should play knight h3 and then g5.
And then g5,
yes.
which is your idea.
Yes, so now she has knight h4.
Yes.
Yes, and
And then she has counterplay on this position. So
queen c3.
instead, she played
now,
queen c3.
and then I think it's winning.
So you missed the chance the first time, but you found it the second time, and obviously now you're just coming down the board and dominating.
Yes. And it's winning, I think. Yes.
Her king is in a mating net, so it's difficult. A great victory. Are you happy with this, the way you won?
Yeah. It's black. I mean, I think
With black
it's
pieces, that's really
very.
it's excellent. You've scored 4 victories in a row after, again, starting with 2 losses. I imagine you're very tired. Tomorrow is the rest day. How do you plan to rest?
No, I don't have a special idea. Maybe we'll realize tomorrow. But
You sleep a bit longer and then prepare for the next game.
Yes.
Of course, 3 more rounds to go and everything to play for you, because you are one of the candidates for the crown in the Women's Grand Prix. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for watching us. Back to you, studio.
Yeah, and we had such an eventful game. Thank you so much for an interview, Milan. It was an absolutely unbelievable game with this knight coming to h3 and g5 finally found for the 3rd time by Jiner, and now she's scoring 4th victory in a row. Incredible performance by Chinese Grandmaster. And maybe it's time for us to look at the results from today. And all right, so one more time reminding the results from today are Nana Dzagnidze played a draw against Anna Muzychuk. We had Zhongyi winning against Nurgyul Salimova. Alexandra Kosteniuk won with black pieces against Lela, Javakhishvili. And Vaishali Rameshbabu won against Olga, Badelka. Meanwhile, Jiner managed to win against Mariya Muzychuk. So it was the round number 6. Tomorrow there is going to be a rest day for the players, so the broadcast is going to resume on Tuesday at the same place, at the same time, at 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time here in Austria. Looking forward to see you then. Stay tuned till then on the YouTube channel of the FIDE. See you on Tuesday.
Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.